Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with our castle. Now, don't get intimidated here. There's a lot of pieces, but of course, there needs to be, because we're about to create something magical and amazing. So, first thing I want you to do is go through your pieces, and what we're going to do is we're going to put aside the pieces for the 4 towers, and we're going to begin working on those first. So you'll notice that we have 2 large pieces like this, okay, and then there's 2 small ones. Okay, so you can see if you kind of disregard the little tabbed areas down here, you can see the different heights. Okay, this one's obviously taller, this one's shorter. Okay, so get your tall one in one place, get your short one in another place. There's 2 short ones, 2 tall ones. Okay, I'm gonna try to do this as best as I can. All right, and for each tower, and actually you'll see here, there's one that says R, there's one that says L. Okay, that's the large tower on the left, large tower on the right. And for each tower, you're going to have the large one. You're going to have one piece like this. That's the bottom. Okay, so find this piece for the bottom. You're going to need one large version of this. You'll notice that there's 2 different sizes. This goes to the large tower. Okay, so I've got my other one here for the large tower. And then you also want to find this little piece. Okay, that also has an L cut into it. That's for the large tower. And I've got another one here for the large tower. And then we've got this cone-shaped piece here that's got an L in it. That's for the large tower as well. And that's for the large tower. Okay, now for the small towers, which I have here, okay, the little hexagon, I think it's a hexagon, no, pentagon. This 6-sided shape here is actually attached to the bottom, so we're not looking for that. You're going to look for the small version of that. There's 2 of those. Okay, one for each small tower. There's this little cone shape. Well, it's not a cone shape right now, but it will be. This is the top of the little towers, and this has an S on it for small. This has an S on it for small. Okay, and then finally, we have these pieces here. These also have the letter S cut into one of the tabs, and that goes on there. Okay, so these are the fundamental basic pieces for all 4 of the towers, which we're going to put together here in a second. And then aside from that, now if you're making this without the snow drifts, then that's all you need. Now there's also a good amount of little snow embellishments, and we're going to put those on afterwards. I don't want to overdo it just yet. We're going to just do this one at a time here and go slowly. And I'm going to walk you through all of the different structural pieces, show you exactly what you need so that you don't need to know what everything is right now. You just need to find these pieces that I've helped you identify here, and then as we go, the pieces will start to disappear, and before you know it, everything will be together. So let's go ahead and begin putting together one of the large towers. You can just put the other pieces aside here, just keep them grouped, but just get a large tower right here in front of you, okay? And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take and we're going to fold everything at the score marks, and just be careful with the folding. Now this is quite the project. I'm calling this a statement piece. So that's, we're starting off 2018 with something amazing and magical. Give yourself a half a day or so to get all this stuff cut out and get this project put together, but it's going to make for the most amazing centerpiece for a boy or girl's birthday, especially if they're into, say, Frozen or anything with castles. Now, the colors that we picked are kind of like a winter sunset, but you can obviously do whatever you want. Okay, so we've got all this folded. Okay, so once we have this thing all folded, what you want to do is look through your vellum pieces and find the vellum piece that covers up these two with just a little bit of room there. Okay, so that is the piece that we're looking for. We want to go ahead and get that glued down to the inside before we begin. A second here, my glue bottle. It's a little cakey there. Just, I'd put little dots around this maybe. You don't need to overdo it on the glue for the vellum. Okay, and just press that down. Just make sure that both of those little cutouts are covered nicely with the vellum. Okay, and then we can go ahead and begin assembling this thing accordingly. And the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to glue one side to the other. Okay, so I'm just going to fold this flat, and I'm going to fold that over. We can do this flat right now because we don't need it to have a shape or be dimensional just yet. Okay, so let's get our glue on this tab here. And it is nice to get back in the studio after a long break. Nice holidays. I hope everybody had a nice holiday. Okay, so just put that down and push this piece over. Okay, give that a few seconds to hold, and then you can kind of fold it over onto itself. Let's see how that looks. That looks great. Okay. So that's pretty much it as far as getting this thing connected. Now these little holes here are made specifically for, well, they're for little tea lights. So you can put little tea lights in there. Okay. And what we can go ahead and do is put our little bottom piece on, which is this piece here. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to begin by just selecting one of these tabs and use that as my little anchor. Kind of set the tone for everything here. Okay. And just get that nice and aligned. Just butt it right up against that little piece there. Try to get it kind of flush with the little score marks there on the bottom. Give that a few seconds to hold. Okay. And then once that is partially set or almost set, we can go ahead and move it out of the way a little bit and get the glue on the remaining 5 little tabs here, and just close up the bottom. I was going a little too crazy on the glue here. Okay, I'm just going to spread that out to the edge. Now this is going to be on the bottom, so no one's really going to see this, but we need something to kind of hold it all together. Okay, so go ahead and flip this up, and you want to make sure that you kind of squish this thing around to ensure that it's meeting up correctly on all sides. Give it a few seconds to get a partial hold, and then we can go in and clean up the rest of it. Okay, it might actually help to put it flat on your surface like this and push down, and then you can go ahead and kind of tuck things in. Okay, and now again, just remember that this is going to be glued down to the base, and a lot of this is going to be kind of hidden, so don't worry too much about obsessing over perfection at this point. Okay. All right, so that looks great. And now at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to close this top piece up by putting glue on these tabs and then closing this up. And the cool thing is you can get your little fingers in here and squeeze this between your fingers to get it to hold. Okay, so as I mentioned, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take this top piece and get it glued to the top here. So go ahead and get your glue on these little tabs here. And I am going to flatten that out. Now this is going to be covered up by the top of the tower. Okay, so it doesn't have to be perfect, but you do want to be neat about it. Okay, and I probably would get this front part to hold first. Okay, and then just glue down the rest of this. And just hold that in place until it's nice and set all the way around. Like I mentioned, the top of the tower is going to hide any of these imperfections here. So don't worry too much about, just make sure that this thing is structurally sound. Get it as lined up and as nice as you can, but don't obsess over it because it's just going to be hidden anyway. This is mostly just to ensure that we have a nice solid structure. Okay. Okay, so now that we have the main tower here put together, we're going to grab this piece, okay? And the way this works is these little scallops here, we're going to use to help guide the height at which we're actually going to place this. Okay, so it's going to sit like this. All right, and we need to, before we do that, let's fold these pieces up. Okay, and we're going to glue them to each other side by side. And this is our little balcony here. Okay, and you want to fold at these little score marks here. This is what we're going to use to glue them side by side. This is where our glue is going to go. Okay, so just get those folded over. And then we're going to take glue and put them on these little tabs here. Okay, and just tuck it behind the other one and glue it just like that. So just kind of hold that in place until it's firmly set. Okay, and then we're just going to go to the next one and get that glued in place. Just a little bit of glue. Don't need to cake it on. Okay, so just go ahead and continue placing glue on these little pieces here and gluing them to the back of its neighboring piece. And then we can go ahead and put this thing on our actual tower. Okay, so I'm on the last piece here, and the process is identical. Okay, we're just going to glue that right to the back of its neighboring piece here to create our little balcony. Okay, and then we can flip these out. Okay, give this a little bit of time to set. And what we're going to do, I'm just going to slide this right through. Okay, and you'll notice that on this tower here, there are little notches, tiny ones. You'll find one in between these two cutouts here. Okay, and that is where the bottom of this little piece, this little scallop piece, is to line up. Okay, so it's going to go right, it's going to basically butt right up against that like that. Okay, so that is your little tower, or not your tower, but your little balcony. Okay, Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab a little strip of paper and just dab a little bit of glue under it, okay? And I'm just going to, I can put this flat on my surface because there's only glue on one side, and I can lift that up and just kind of spread the glue right underneath that. Oops. And just pop that down. Get it nice and lined up with that little notch, and just hold that in place while it sets. Okay, and that way it'll kind of keep this whole thing neat and get the glue right where we need it and nowhere else. Okay, so you can kind of flip that up. Just gonna dab a little bit of glue right on my strip. You can use your glue bottle if you want. I'm just doing it this way just to kind of make things a little more tidy, and then just push down and hold that in place. Okay, so just do your best to get that nice and level all the way around. Just putting a little dot of glue right on my strip. And just popping that right under there, just spreading it on there nicely. And again, just make sure that you've got the bottom of that little scallop lined up with that little cut, that little notch, that little indicator. Okay, just hold that in place and just work your way around. One piece at a time here. Just get enough glue on there and adjust it just a tiny little bit so that it's butting up against that little notch. Okay. Got a couple more here. Get our glue on there. Okay. And get it aligned and just push down and hold until it sets. Okay. And I think that's it. Okay, so there's our little porch, our little balcony, whatever you want to call it. Okay, and we can go ahead and put the little top together. Okay, so we're going to grab this piece here and just fold everything at the score marks. Now the little part, the little piece with the little L on it, that's going to be our tab. That is where the glue is going to go. Okay, and we're just going to connect it like this. And we can actually do this flat. So go ahead and get your glue on the little tab with the L on it. And I'm spreading that out. Okay, we can do this flat. Okay, and then I'm going to fold it over the other way just to get it more nicely aligned. Okay, there's our little cone piece. Now this piece is going to go right on top of this piece once we get this piece constructed, and then this is going to get glued to that. So go ahead and take this piece and let's fold everything at the score marks. Okay, and what we're going to do, this little tab here, this is what we're going to use to glue that top part to. These little tabs on the side here are what we're going to use to glue these pieces to each other. Okay, so I'm going to start by putting glue on one of these tabs here and connecting it to its neighbor. Okay. Just like that. And then just moving right along to the next one. So this process that we're going through here is going to be the same for all of our towers. All 4 towers are going to go together the same way. And then once we have once we have all the main portions, the main structures of our towers put together, I'm going to go through and put our little snow embellishments on these pieces, and that's really going to bring this to life. I actually did a little bit of inking on all these pieces. There's quite a lot of the little snow drifts, so don't get overwhelmed with that. Again, we'll go through that piece by piece, and we'll show you exactly where everything goes. It's kind of a puzzle, but it's fun, and I will make sure that you will succeed. Okay, so just kind of keep on going around here, clockwise or counterclockwise, whatever you find easiest. Okay, and get that last piece in there. Just want to make sure that you are gluing this at the correct angle here. Okay. There we go. And that just leaves this last little piece here. And it looks like I saved the one with the little L for last. You don't have to do it that way. It just so happened that that's what happened with mine. I'll tuck that under. And just again, make sure that you're getting it at the right angle. Stick your finger in there, let that glue set. Give it a few seconds there. Okay, that looks great. Now we're gonna flare these out a little bit. I wanna kind of give them a good bend. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna put our little cone right on top like this. Okay, so that's going to get glued to this piece here. Okay, so let's just begin by getting glue on one of these tabs here. And that's just going to kind of create a little anchor for us here. Okay, just get that nice and aligned. I kind of have this up a little bit so that as I'm putting this down, it kind of tells me where to stop. Okay, and just press that in place. Let that get a good grip. Okay, and then you can kind of fold this over, and we are going to, at this point, just get glue on the rest of these tabs here. And glue this all down in one shot. Okay, and just pop that right over the rest of them here. You can kind of push it down on your table, clean up any excess that may have kind of spilled out, give that a second, and then just use your finger from the inside to press that in place. Press all these little tabs in place. Okay. That looks good. There we go. Okay. All right, so we have our little top, okay, and that is going to get glued right to the top of this, like so. Okay, so we have our first little tower constructed here. Now, once we have that done, we're going to put our little snow drifts on here. Okay, so it's up to you. If you want, you can glue this on now, or we can put our snow drifts on and then glue this on top. I don't think it really matters. I'm going to go ahead and put glue on top of this here, this little area. Okay, I'm going to spread that out to the edge so that we have a nice little connection there. Okay. And then just make sure that you have this nice and centered there on the bottom. And just kind of nudge it around until it looks nice and centered and symmetrical. And just hold that in place until it sets nicely. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is I'm going to put my little snow drifts on this tower here. And what you want to look for the top one here is look for the pieces that look like this. Okay, there's two that if you put them back to back, you'll see that they're symmetrical like that. Same with this one. It's actually, well, it's not the same design, but it's close. But you'll notice that if you put these side by side, this one's a little bit taller and this one's a little bit shorter. They're almost as wide, but this one's shorter. That's for the smaller towers. This is for the larger tower. You want to go ahead and fold everything at the score marks. And then this piece is going to go right on here. It doesn't really matter what side goes where. What I would do though is put the seam probably at the back so you just don't see the seam. And that should fit on there perfectly. Okay, and what you want to do is just get your glue on this piece, glue it down, and then as you're gluing it, kind of push it down until it won't go anymore. And that, just to ensure that you have it at the right height, should be pretty much flush right at the top here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put glue on this. You want to make sure that you're getting glue out to the very bottoms as well so that those sit nicely. You can always go back in and clean that up should you need to. Okay, and we're doing this with glitter, so it is a little more challenging to get these little pieces folded, but I seem to have done a pretty good job getting them folded, so you should be able to do it just fine. Okay, get your glue out to the very bottoms and then work a little bit on the inside, especially up to the top and the very edges. Okay. And like I said, you want to focus on making sure that the seam is at the back. I would probably just start it at the top here and just kind of slide it and wrap it around until you have it at the correct height. Everything should fit nicely on the corners. Okay, that looks good. And just hold that in place and make sure that it sets nicely for you. Okay, that looks great. Looks really good. Okay, and just be patient while that sets completely. Okay, we've got some more snow drifts to put on this thing, but that's what really adds a lot to this and really makes it look really cool and detailed. Okay, so just be patient with that. Okay, and just remember these pieces for when you go to put the other towers together. Okay, so this one's going to go on the other large one. These two are going to go on the tips of the smaller towers. And just kind of keep those grouped together. Okay, so I'm going to put on this little snowdrift here. Okay, and what you want to look for, these little snowdrifts here, these are probably the most random looking ones. They're not as pointy. They're kind of more flat and round. There's 4 of them because there's 4 towers. These 2 are going to go onto the smaller towers, and these 2 are for the larger towers. So again, keep these together, okay? And I'm going to grab this one here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put glue on one of the inner portions here, just a little bit, between 2 score marks. Let me just spread that out a little bit. Okay, and try it again to keep the seam towards the back and get this nice and lined up, flush with the bottom of our little balcony here. Okay, and just push and hold that down for a second. As long as it's nice and flush at the bottom, it should wrap around our tower here perfectly and meet at the end there. Okay, so that's what that's going to look like. So we want to go ahead at this point and just get glue on the rest of this here. And kind of put a little bit too much on there, so I'm just going to spread that out so it doesn't bleed everywhere. Okay, and just working on one side at a time here. Just make sure that's nice and flush at the bottom. Okay, there we go. And hold that in place, let that set. And then grab the other side. It doesn't really matter where you start and where you end with this. It's a pretty random piece. Okay, just get your glue on this piece here, on the back. I'm going to go ahead and dab this, spread this out a little bit more. Okay, and just continue wrapping this around, just making sure that it's flush with the bottom here. Okay, and it should meet up pretty nicely with this piece here. Okay, and just hold that in place, give it a second. Okay, and there we go. So that is starting to kind of come together. And again, I did ink that glitter piece. Okay, so we do have two more sections of little snow drifts. There's going to be one that goes around here, and then there's also going to be one that goes around here. So let's go ahead and locate those. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put the little snow drifts for underneath the little balcony on here. Now, what I want you to do is find the pieces that look like this, where they're straight, they have a straight edge on top, and then they have the little snow drifts at the bottom. Okay, and what you'll notice is that if you fold these, there's going to be two that have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections. Okay, this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sections. Okay, the ones with the 6 sections are going to be used for the smaller towers. So we can move that out of the way for now. The ones with the 5 sections, there's one section missing because we are going to skip one of the sides here. Now this is the right large tower, okay? And the right large tower, if you're looking at it straight ahead, okay, this is the piece here that we're going to not put the snowdrift on. So if you have this straight, just fold it back or tilt it back, and it's going to be the back part of this that we're not going to put this on. Okay, so this is going to go on all the way around except for on here. Okay, so that piece is not going to have any of the snowdrift on it, but everything else is going to have it on there. So just like we did with this piece, I think it's probably a good idea to start by putting glue on one of the middle sections. Kind of use that as an anchor. Okay, I'm going to dab that up to the top there. And just push that up as high as you can go so that it meets that little balcony nicely, and just press and hold that in place until it sets. Get all these little drifts nice and in place. Okay, and then you can fold this back and probably just do one side at a time here. Okay, and just fold that over. Just make sure that you're getting it right up flush with just the underside of our little balcony. And hold that in place. Okay. Give that a second to set. And then you can flip this over. And get your glue on this piece here. And I am going to dab this and spread it out so it doesn't make a giant mess on me here. And again, just as you're putting it, setting it down, make sure that you're pushing it upward so that it's nice and flush against the underside of our little balcony. Okay, so here is the final little snowdrift piece, and this piece is going to go right on here. So this part, the part with the little icicles that are hanging, obviously that's the part that is going to be hanging off of the little roof piece. There's not going to be any glue put on that, and we're simply going to put glue on these little sections here and glue them up to right onto this surface here. Okay, and you want to make sure that the area here with the score lines matches up with the edge and basically the bottom of that roof. Okay, and you're just going to go around. I would do it in one section at a time. Okay, just to make sure that you get everything lined up. And again, I would leave the seam for the back. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put glue on this top middle section here, right there. Okay, and this is my front and center here. I get that in place and check the little angle here just to make sure that you've got it angled correctly and in the right spot. You can kind of push up to make sure that you've got that nice and aligned with the edge of the roof here. Okay, there we go. And then we can get our glue onto the next section here. And you want to focus that glue up at the top and along the sides. And just push that in place. Make sure that you've got that nice and aligned. Hold that in place for just a few seconds. Let it dry. I'm going to have tons of glitter on me by the end of the day, I'm sure. And again, next piece here. Get that glue up to the top and along the side there. I'm going to go ahead and dab that and just spread that out. And again, just make sure that you've got that aligned with the bottom of the roof here nicely. And push down. Make sure all those little sections are staying in place. Okay. And continuing on here, working on the next section. Okay. Just get that nice and flush, aligned with the edge of the roof. Okay, just hold that in place. Should fit perfectly. Just take your time with it. This is going to be a little masterpiece when it's all done. Okay. All right, just get that in place, and then there's just one left. Everything should align nicely and perfectly. You can kind of flare these out a little bit. Okay. All right, now this last piece here, you notice that there's a really small little area with some overlap. That's going to go underneath that first part. If you have to kind of peel that back a little bit, that's okay. Just get that aligned, nice and centered. And then this little tiny little piece here, just shove that underneath the other piece and get that glued down. And then you probably need a little bit of glue on that little piece there. Okay, so here is our first large tower in all its glory. Not too bad. Takes a little bit of time, a little bit of patience, but it came out nice. And as I mentioned, the towers themselves, they're all going to go together pretty much the same way, with the exception of the different size snowdrift overlays. So at this point, you can go ahead and rewind and just reconstruct the other large tower. Okay, and then I'm gonna walk you through putting together the small tower, but go ahead and put together the large tower for the left. This is the one that goes on the right, so we can put this off to the side, and we're just gonna reconstruct the same exact thing. With the only exception is that the snowdrift, and I'll actually walk you through the snowdrift portion of this so that we get it in the right place. But everything else for the left side is going to be identical. So just a quick little overview. You're going to put your vellum on. We're going to close this up, put the bottom on, put the top on, just like we did. Okay, and then we've got the little balcony that's going to get glued on. And then you've got the cone for the top, and then the middle part with the roof. And those are going to go together. Again, just rewind this, go back to the tower we just did, follow the steps again, and you'll have both large towers created. And then we can go ahead and assemble one of the small towers. Okay, so I have my two large towers pretty much complete here. I did the second tower here. I've got the little snowdrifts all glued into place. Now I saved this one here because if you recall, on the back of this one, okay, now again, this is the front. This is where the little cutouts are for the little windows. If you flip it over, okay, flip it over like that, you'll see that we skipped this little area here, and that is on purpose. So if we put this one with the windows facing down, okay, we want to do the same thing. We want to skip this little door here, or this section here, with this piece. Okay, now remember this piece here, it's flat on top, and then you've got one. Let me just fold this. And we've got 2 and 3. There's 5 sections total for this one. Now for the little towers, this little piece is going to have all 6, but this one has 5. Okay, so it doesn't matter which one you grab as far as which of these 5 section pieces you grab. They both work. But we just have to make sure that when we apply this, that we skip this little section here. So we're going to wrap it around. Let me just throw this on here like this. Okay, so we just want to make sure that we are not encroaching on this section here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get this glued down. We want to get that nice and flush up against the bottom of our little balcony. And again, you just want to make sure that you're skipping this section here. Okay, so as I've done before, I'm going to start on the front because we want to make sure that the seam ends up in the back. Now it was way easier to do this construction off camera because I could really get my get my head in there. And so this, notice that this one, the ones that I do on the camera, they still come out really nice, but I am definitely more accurate when I can really get my face and my head and my eyes up in there nicely. Okay, so again, I'm just kind of using my thumbs to kind of shove this up as far as it'll go. Okay, and then we're just gonna wrap this all the way around. Just do one section at a time. And just open that up and get your glue on all these little sections here. I'm gonna dab this because this piece is a little delicate and it's a little challenging to work with. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and dab this and just spread this glue out a little bit. I'm gonna put this on my table real quick. Okay. Promise you guys I will get a rag at some point. Okay, and we're just gonna, again, just kind of nudge that upward as we're pushing down, just to make sure that's nice and flush with the bottom of our little balcony. Okay, just make sure that that all has a nice little grip. Okay, and then these last two sections here. And then we're gonna put together, and actually I'm gonna talk about one more thing here that I overlooked as we were constructing the first large tower. Okay, I'm just gonna put that down on my surface and just kind of spread that glue around a little bit. Okay. There's a couple more little snow drifts that go on these towers. And I'll show you where those go here in a second. Let's just get this in place and hold this down. Let it set. Okay, so that looks good. We've got both of them done here. Now, there's also a couple little snow drifts that are gonna go on the bottom. Okay, now, let's see here. This one is, this is actually the left one. The little door is cocked over to the left a little bit, and that is just for your little tea lights. Okay, and this one has the door cocked over to the right a little bit. Okay, we have these little pieces here, these little snow drifts. Okay, they're creased into two sections, as you can see there. And what you're gonna do is, we need to separate these properly. The way that these go together is there's one little section that has, the shorter section is gonna go here, okay, like that. And then this little area here is where our little wall is gonna be glued, okay? So we're not gonna put anything here. There's gonna be a wall there, and then there's gonna be another section right here. It goes like this, okay? So there's gonna be a drift there as well. Okay, so we wanna get these glued into place. So let me just do that real quick. And again, just focus on the orientation of this thing. Right now, as you can see, it's laying flat with the window pointing up. Okay, so again, we're skipping this little area here, and we're gonna glue this one down to this corner here. Let me get that in place. Okay, so that's gonna go there. The little short side is here, the long side is here. Okay. And then this piece here is gonna go here. We're gonna leave this area wide open here for our little wall. So let's get our glue on this piece here. Okay, so the little shorter area here is gonna go right there on the face where the window is, and then the longer area is just one over. And you can see that we're not going to put anything back here because this is where the door is. Okay, so that finishes off this tower. Let's leave that be. Okay, and now for this one, it's going to be the opposite. Okay, so for this one here, our wall is going to get glued here. Okay, so we're going to put this piece here like this. Okay, and then the other piece is going to go right here. So it's basically just a mirror of what we did on this one. So we can go ahead and get that glued down. Okay, so again, just a mirror of what we just did. Okay, and then this piece is going to go right in here, like so. Just like that. Okay, so we just have a nice little mirror there. Okay, so get that in place. Okay, so our two large towers are done. Now I went ahead, I kind of skipped ahead here, and I made one of the small towers. I'm going to walk you through putting together the other one, but as you can see, the process is exactly the same. I mean, it's creating the main tower, putting the little balcony on there, the top, and then decorating it with all of the little snow drifts. So let's go through it. Okay, here is the small tower, the main structure here. And we're going to begin by simply folding everything at the score marks. Now this one's got a fold right through the door, which is fine. Okay, and our little bottom piece is actually incorporated into the cutout, so we don't have to go looking for that. Get that nice and folded. And let's find our little piece of vellum for this. Okay, it's this piece here. And again, everything that I'm doing to this, you're going to repeat with this one. Okay, so it's basically the same process. I'm going to go ahead and, well, first off, I'm going to clean off the tip of this thing. And I'm going to just lay a few dots around the perimeter of this window as well as this window, and just a little bit in the center there. And place that down, just making sure that we're covering the cutouts completely. Okay, so there you go. That's how it should look. This is wide open, and that's for a tea light, so that we can get a little tea light in there. I don't know if I have one handy here. I don't think I do. Okay, and we can go ahead and close this up. We can begin by putting glue on this long tab here. Now this one, in my case, has that is an L. Okay, so this is the left side. This is a small tower on the left side. Spread that glue out right up to the edge. Okay, and we can do this flat initially, just to make our lives easier. And then once it has an initial grip, you can kind of fold it this way, just to make sure that we've got it nice and aligned. Okay, that looks good. Perfect. And then we need to close up the bottom. And we're going to do that in one shot here. I'm going to move this piece out of the way. Okay, and I'm going to get my glue on these tabs. Okay, and spread that glue out to the very edge. Okay. And just from working on the other ones, I'm going to start by applying pressure and aligning the side opposite from the side that's already connected to the structure. Found that to work the best. And once I've got that in place, partially set, I can go ahead and work around the rest of the perimeter here. You can put that down on your surface and just kind of push from the inside to help it get its initial hold. And it should pretty much sit and grip nicely all the way around as it just did. Okay, so that's that. And then I can fold these in. Let me fold this out of the way. And we'll get our glue on these tabs here. So we're just kind of working through this systematically, one little section at a time. And if you do that, it's not difficult at all. Okay, I'm going to fold this over again and then fold that down. I'm going to work on this side first and just kind of align that and get it to partially set, and then work around the perimeter here and get that in place. Now, if this isn't beautifully perfect, don't worry about it. We're going to be covering this up with the top of the tower, and it'll look great. Okay. All right, now if you do have a little problem area or something, grab the little strip of paper, throw a little glue on there, and just shove it right under there. Get a little extra glue on that piece, and then just push and hold that down until it sets. Okay. All right, so that looks great. And we can go ahead and begin working on the little balcony. Okay, now remember, with the small tower, this piece is going to be smaller. The piece for the larger tower is a little bit longer, a little bit wider, I should say. And I just want to make sure that you're getting the right one. Make sure you get the small one, the smaller of the two. And let's begin by folding everything over. Okay, and then you've got these little sections on the side right here that you want to fold and crease. Yeah, once you do the first one, whether it's the small one or the large one, the rest of the towers just kind of, you'll start to get it, and then you probably don't even have to watch the video. Anyway, here I'm going to go ahead and put glue on one of these little tabs here. It almost looks like half of an arrow. Okay, and let's just connect that to its neighbor and push and hold that down until it dries. Okay, moving on to the next one. Just going to do little dots there. It's a pretty delicate little area. And just get that lined up with its neighbor. Squeeze that between your fingers and hold until it dries. There we go. I'm kind of pushing this in a little bit as I'm going along, because it tends to want to kind of pull out a little bit. Okay. And the next piece. And just squeeze that between your fingers. And the next one. And get that aligned. And squeeze and hold. So this project, probably our most involved. I would say that it's probably even more involved than our haunted house, probably because of all the little details. I don't think the construction is difficult at all, especially if you follow along this video. I don't think there's any reason why you shouldn't be able to put this guy together, but it definitely has a lot of detail, which is really going to make it stand out, so it's totally worth it. Not a project that I would recommend mass producing, but I think that's why it's called a centerpiece. You only need one, but imagine this as a centerpiece at a boy or girl's upcoming birthday party, especially if they're into Frozen. Okay, so our little balcony is done. I'm going to take these little scallop pieces and fold them back. Okay, this is our little platform for the glue. Okay, and what we're going to do, find the best looking side to be the front. Okay, I think that's probably my front. And just slide that through. And again, just like with the main tower, the big tower, I should say, the large one, there are, let me get this on here, there are a series of notches that go all the way around this thing, and that is to help you with the placement of our little balcony. So the middle of the bottom of this little scallop should touch that little notch there. Okay, and I'm just going to do my little strip method here, just placing a little dot of glue on this, and I'm just going to rub it onto the paper, just kind of like I'm painting it on. Okay, and then just get that adjusted, nice and centered, nice and level. Make sure it's level, and just push and hold that together until it sets, and you just kind of work your way around the remaining 5, doing the same thing. Okay, I really like this little, just putting a little dot of glue on there. There's no glue on the bottom of it, so I can safely just use that as a surface to kind of slide it right under there and just paint that glue right on there, and that gets a nice coverage, and it spreads it out nicely so that it dries quickly. And again, just make sure that the bottom of that little scallop is touching the little cut there, that little guide. Okay, and just kind of eyeball it too as you're doing it, just to make sure that you've got everything nice and level. Okay, so just kind of keep on going down here, down the line, and get our glue underneath there. Look for that little notch, and I'm kind of pushing from the inside, pushing out from the inside and down from the outside, or in. Okay, and the next one here, I'm just putting one little dot of glue on this strip. Sometimes you could reuse the strip without having to reapply the glue, but it seems like because of how far I'm shoving it in there, it pretty much uses up the glue that it needs. Okay, there we go. Use your eye to kind of make sure that that's nice and level as you're going around. This is going to be covered up with a little snowdrift action, so if it's not perfect, or if you had a little bit of glue that came out, don't worry about it. Okay, just get that painted right on there. Line it up with that little notch, and press and hold it in place until it sets. I've got one left here. Yep. Okay, I'm going to try to reuse some of this glue that's already on there. I think I probably have enough. There we go. Taking off some of that And there we go. Okay, so our balcony is in place. That looks good. All right, we can put that off to the side for a second while we construct our little cone. All right, so now this one for the small tower has a little S cut into the tab. I want to make sure that you use the correct size for the small tower. That's the letter S. Okay, and I'm just going through and folding everything at the score marks here. And put some glue on the tab with the S on it. I'm going to spread that out to the edge. And you can do this flat, especially just to kind of get its initial hold. Okay, and then I'm going to fold it over like this so that the seam where I actually have the glue is right on the edge. And that's just going to help make sure that everything's nice and symmetrical. Okay, there's our little cone. And now to assemble the little roof part, again, for the roof, just make sure that you have the little S on there. And fold everything over. Okay, and then these little tabs here on the side. And these tabs here, we may as well just kind of fold them up. We're going to use these to connect to our little cone. It helps to kind of get them trained a little bit. Okay, and all we're doing is putting glue on these little tabs here on the side, and we're going to join each piece to its neighbor to create our little dimensional piece here. Don't need to use a lot of glue, and actually the less you use, you want to make sure you have enough, but the less you use, the quicker it's going to dry and the quicker you can move on. Okay, next piece. I tell you, I kind of got out of the groove of crafting there for a little while, and it's not difficult to get back into it, but it is quite enjoyable, actually, to start to create things and assemble things again. It really is good for the brain. I think I'm going through a little bit of that seasonal affective stuff, and I think it's just because we kind of took a break. Took a few extra days off, and I don't think that's good for me. Idle hands, they say. All right. And I don't know how many of you got sick this summer or this winter. I ended up catching the flu. So I was out for about 4 days. And I was not a happy camper. Okay, so I'm just continuing along here, just connecting one end to the other to form this shape here. And we've got, I'm going to put glue on both of these tabs here because we're going to end up sliding one underneath, and it's just will make our life easier. Okay, so slide that one under. You can get your finger in there, hold that in place, and then get that one in there too. Just kind of squeeze it a couple times to help get its initial hold, and then go back. Just go back and forth between the two and get them in place. Okay, so we're gonna let that set for a little bit here. And at this point, we can go ahead and put our cone on here. Okay, so our cone's gonna go right on top, just like we did with the large tower. Okay, and I'm gonna start by gluing just one of these to my cone. And that's going to just kind of set the tone here. And it's going to anchor it for us because we have to, for the rest of them here, we're going to do them all in one shot. Okay. And I can pull this back And just get your glue on the remaining tabs here. And tuck these tabs underneath our cone. And kind of use your table here to push down to get that on there nicely. And then use your fingers, one on the outside, one on the inside, to get those tabs to stick. And I'm just kind of using my fingernail and horizontally rubbing away any excess glue that may have kind of spilled out. Okay, so there is our little cone, our little roof. Okay, so kind of the next step that I've been doing is just putting the roof on top of the tower. And what I've been doing is just putting glue on this little area here. Okay, and again, keep in mind that this process is going to be repeated for the other small tower. Okay, so I'm just making sure to get that glue right out to the edge there so that we have a nice flush connection. Okay, there's the front. Find what you would deem to be the best looking side. It kind of looks like a little witch hat. There's an idea. And get that nice and centered and just push down. Nice even pressure all the way around and just kind of hold that until it really sets. Okay, we're gonna have some snow drifts covering that little seam up, so you won't really see it. It's the beauty of having all these little details. They do take a little bit of time, but just makes it look really nice. Okay, just kind of hold that for a few extra seconds and let that set. Okay, so you can see the difference with and without the little snow drifts. I highly recommend using them. Especially with the glitter, it just really, look at how it just sits there and shines and shimmers. It's really beautiful. Okay, so next step is to put our little snow drifts on. And again, we went over this piece here when we did the large tower. You'll notice that this one has shorter little icicles. Okay, so find the ones that looks like this, but has the shorter icicles at this point. Since you've already made the two large towers, you should just be left with two of these pieces that look like this with the shorter little icicles. And you want to fold at the score marks. Okay, and if you're using glitter, the little tips there, just takes a little bit of extra pressure to get them nice and folded. But I don't seem to be having any issues with it, even though this is probably at least 100-pound paper, this glitter paper. It's definitely thicker than the traditional cardstock. Okay, here we go. Got it nice and folded. Give it a little test run here. Now again, you want to make sure that the seam is in the back. It's gonna connect nicely, and you really shouldn't see it all that much. But in case there is some, in case you do mess up or something, it's always nice to have the seam in the back. Okay, so I'm gonna open this back up, and I'm gonna get my glue on the entire little snow drift here. Okay, so let's get our glue on this, and I apologize to my friend Chris in Florida. I'm still not used to using the little juice cup to put my glue bottle in there. I think I kind of, just being a rebel maybe. I don't think that's it. I think I'm just dabbing this to kind of flatten out the glue and spread it out a little bit so it doesn't smear. Again, I've got my tower here with the windows facing me. I'm just gonna pick one of these areas here in the front, just to make sure that that's front and center, and then the seam will end up in the back. And just make sure you kind of give it even pressure all the way around to make sure that these little snow drifts adhere nicely. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so next thing we're going to do is find this little piece here. And again, with the smaller towers, this piece is shorter and these snow drifts aren't as tall. So just make sure you find the two shorter and not as wide pieces. Okay, and you want to go ahead and fold at the score marks. Now I'm using the glitter paper here. Sometimes it's easier to look at the back of it to find where the little notches are to help you with the folding. Okay, and just like we did with the top, you want to make sure that the back, where the seam is going to be, is on the back. Okay, so I'm going to start here like this. I'm going to put glue on just this little section here to anchor this for me. Okay, I'm going to dab that a little bit. And start by just laying down this section here, making sure that you've got it nice and flush with the bottom of the little balcony here, and that the little corners here are lined up correctly with the corners of the little balcony. Okay, and then once you've got that in place, you can kind of swing this open, and I have no problem here doing the remainder of this side and then just repeating that process on the other side. I'm gonna lay this down flat, just kind of dab that and spread it. Okay, and again, just kind of using my fingers and my thumbs to help make sure that that's nice and flush with the bottom. That's going to help ensure that this piece fits appropriately. Okay, nice and level. That looks great. Now we can go ahead and get our glue on the remaining piece here. And I'm going to go ahead and spread this. And just lay it on there. Okay. Looks good. And it should meet pretty much perfectly. Depending on the thickness of your paper, it may be a little bit short or it may overlap a little bit, but it shouldn't be too noticeable. Okay, so that looks great. What we can do is work on this section here. Now with the small towers, with the large towers, we had a piece like this that was flat on top, and there were only 5 sections. Now with the smaller towers, there's actually 6 sections, and it is going to go completely around the tower. Okay, so just make sure you find the one with the 6 sections. I did mention that earlier. Okay, so get that folded and creased. Okay, so as I mentioned, you should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sections. Just like we did before, I'm going to start with an area in the front, get that laid down, and then work my way back. Okay, just to make sure that the seam is on the back so that it looks nice and polished for us. Okay, just getting our glue on this piece here. And just kind of nudge that up until it won't go any further. You want to make sure that that piece is nice and flush with the bottom of our little balcony. Okay, hold that in place until it's set. And then you can fold this over, get your glue on the rest of this. Make sure that you get that glue out right up to that tip there on those long parts, because you don't want those hanging off. Okay, I'm just going to put that down on my table. Just kind of dab that so it doesn't go smearing out all over the place. Okay, and as I'm pushing down, I'm nudging it upward too to make sure that it stays nice and flush with the bottom of our little balcony. Okay. A lot of lovely little details on here that are really going to make this thing a one of a kind. Something that whoever receives this is going to treasure it, I'm sure, because it's a little artistic treasure. Okay, so again, just putting my glue on here. I'm going to dab that, spread it out. Okay, let me just clean this up a little bit. I don't want any glue on my surface. And again, just kind of pushing up as I'm pushing down on the surface here to make sure that that's nice and flush as possible. There we go. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, and last but not least, we have the little snowdrift that hangs off of the roof of our tower. And we want to get everything nice and folded at the score marks here. It's also going to be six-sided with a little tiny piece as well here, just for some overlay. So it's six-sided, and then it's got one little small section that would technically make it seven-sided, but we're not really going to count that as a side. Okay, and then fold these in like so. And just like we've been doing, you want to make sure that the seam stays towards the back. Okay. All right, so this is the little snowdrift section that's going to be on the roof. This part needs no glue. It's just going to be hanging off. So I'm going to start with this section here. Oh, that is a lot of glue. What are you doing, Leo? All right, just kind of spread that out. Okay, and this one is going front and center, right on the front here. I want to make sure that that horizontal score mark is right up against the tip or edge of the roof. Okay, get it nice and centered and hold that in place until it sets. Okay, and what I'm going to suggest you do is work your way around using the side that contains that little extra section, that seventh little tiny section here. Okay, so we're going to work on this side first. All right, so let's open this up and let's get a little bit of glue and just the top part here, and just wrap that around nicely. Make sure that this horizontal score mark is pressed up right against the tip of that roof there, the edge of it. Okay, and let's get our glue on this last little section here, plus this tiny little tab there. And you'll see what that's for here in a second. Okay, get that nice and aligned. And then glue that tiny little piece into place as well. Just a tiny little bit of overlap so that there's not a gap once we close it up. Because of the little icicle that's hanging off of the corner, we added that little tidbit there to make it look nice and pretty. Okay, so that just leaves 3 more little sections here. And this glue bottle is just getting extra cakey today. All right, so Just a little bit of glue. And I'm just going to do the remaining 3 sections here. The rest of it should just kind of fall into place now. Okay. And right up against that edge there. Right up against the edge and right up against the edge. And then this should overlap that little 7th section just a little bit. And that's just going to make it look nice and finished and continuous there. Okay. All right, so we have the tower pretty much constructed here. Now we do have a little snowdrift for the bottom. Okay, now you're looking for it. You'll see that it's the snowdrift that is broken down into 4 sections. Okay, so there's 3 sets of score lines and 4 sections. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and we are going to, now this one here, this is the left one because the door is kind of cocked off to the left a little bit. Okay, and this is the right side. And all we're going to do is just kind of, we're going to mirror this. Okay, so here's our door here. Here's our door here. You want the smaller section terminating on this side here. You've got a full drift here, another full drift here, and then a small section on this side as well. And that's right. Okay. So I'm going to begin by gluing down a major section here, one of the larger sections. I'm going to spread that glue out a little bit. Okay, and it's going to go right on there. Just make sure you've got it nice and flush with the bottom, nice and lined up on the edge there. Okay. And then you can tilt that over. Get your glue on there. And fold that over nicely. Hold that in place for just a second. You can kind of get your finger in here and squeeze. Okay, and then just close up here. Finish off the rest of this little snowdrift. And there we go. And just hold that while it sets. Give it a second. And there we go. So our towers are pretty much done. Actually, they are done with the exception of the little flags that go on top. But we're going to save that for last because when we go to glue this thing down to the foam core base, we don't want the flags to get ruined, so we're going to leave that for last. But there is tower, the small towers and the large towers. So we're getting there, guys. Okay, so we have our towers done. The next thing we're going to do is put together the 2 little walls that are going to connect the towers. So we're going to do this twice, and you want to grab this piece here, okay, and this is a little panel that goes on top, and then we have some snow drifts. So we can begin by taking and folding everything at the score marks here. And it's just a simple little piece. It's just kind of an angled box that we're going to put together. Okay. So what we want to do first is put glue on this little tab here. You'll notice that this has a little R on it, and this is the wall for the right side. So go ahead and get your glue on that little tab there, and we can actually do this flat. So use your surface to connect these 2 sides here. Okay, and then once it's got its initial hold, fold it the other way and just kind of scooch it around and make sure that it's nice and aligned. Okay, and then we're just going to simply close this up. And as you can see, you want to kind of get it at an angle. It's not going to go on like this. You need to kind of get it at an angle like that. Okay, so go ahead and apply your glue to the remaining tabs here. And I'm getting that glue right out to the edge. Okay, and just when you close this up, just make sure that you're getting the correct angle there. And just kind of scooch it and nudge it. Make sure that you've got it correct. That looks good. Okay, and then fold these in as well. And get your glue on these tabs. And close that up. Just make sure that you've got the correct angle there. And just push that down and hold it in place until it sets. There we go. And this little piece here is going to get glued on this surface here. Okay, so we can go ahead and get our glue on this piece here. And just stick that right on there. Okay, and hold that in place until it sets. And then, once we have that all in place, you want to find these little snowdrift pieces, okay, these with these little rectangles on there. And the one that we're going to use doesn't have the little icicle on the left. It has it on the right, and that's going to go like this. Okay, so we can go ahead and get our glue on the back of this piece and get this one glued into place. And just get that nice and aligned with these little cutouts here at the top, these little stone things that the warriors would hide behind and shoot their little bows and arrows. Okay, and then we have one little piece like this. You'll notice that you have two pieces that are like this. What we want to do is use this one here where the taller snowdrift is on the left. Okay, so that's where that one goes. So we get our glue on there and just affix that to this piece here. Just want to make sure that it's nice and lined up on the bottom and on the sides. Okay, so there's our first little wall. And I'm just going to put together all these little pieces and then at the end assemble everything and finish up our project. Okay, so that's our first wall. That is done. And we're going to repeat the same process with this, and we'll be done with this little portion here. It's pretty straightforward. Now this is the left side, the left wall. Again, just fold everything at the score marks, and we're going to begin by connecting this tab to the other side to make this one solid piece. Okay, and again, we can do this flat for starters. Okay, and then kind of flip it onto itself there so that the edge that we glued is on the side there. Okay, there we go. And flip these tabs in. And again, remember, I want to make sure that when we glue this top on, that we're doing it at the correct angle. Go ahead and get your glue on these tabs here. And a little more there. Spread that out to the edge. Okay, and again, just follow that angle. Make sure that you're gluing it down right. And sometimes it helps to pull these tabs out so that as you're pushing down, it grabs more of that surface area, like so. And just hold that in place until it's fully set. And we'll close the other side up. Now, I had a little bit of an area there that didn't take very well, so I'm going to use my little strip here, put a little dot of glue on it, and just tuck it right under there, and just paint a little extra glue on that area and push that down. And that should close it up for me nicely. There we go. Okay, so now I'm just kind of using the surface of my table to continue applying pressure to that little area there while I get this part glued down. Okay, there we go. And just close that up correctly, following the angle of this top piece. There we go. And just hold that in place and let that set. Okay, so this one here, you want it sitting on your surface like this. Okay, the wall is going to be, this is going to be the outside of the wall, that's going to be the inside of the wall. So this piece here is going to get glued on right there, like that. So just remember that this little area here, this edge that's, well, you want to just look at it like this. Okay, so it's kind of leaning that way. And then we're going to put glue on the surface of this guy here. And fix our little panel to the front. Make sure that it gets a good grip all the way around. And then, just like we did with the first wall, we're going to grab this little piece here. Okay, and this guy here, the little icicle, is going to be on the left. The first little icicle right up to the edge. Okay, so get your glue on there. All right. And just match up the little squares at the top there. Get that nice and aligned and let that set. There we go. And then the little snowdrift at the bottom, the taller part is going to be on the right-hand side. Get your glue on there and get that affixed to the bottom. Just make sure that it's lined up nicely at the bottom, on the sides. Should fit perfectly. Okay, so our walls are done. Okay, so we can put that off to the side and move on to the next step here. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is put together our gate. Let me grab all the pieces here for the gate so we know what we need. So this little purple piece here, that's going to be an overlay panel. You're going to want to find this piece here. It's got a little score mark in the middle. Okay, that's going to be part of our structure. This guy here is going to be part of our structure. These are little door knockers. We're going to put that off to the side for a second. Okay, we're also going to want to find this part here. Okay, that's going to be for the inside of our structure. This is the back door. We can put that off to the side. Here's a little snowdrift embellishment. And then you're going to want to find these two little snowdrift embellishments. Okay, this one has a little score mark there at the edge there at the end. And this one is the same, except it's just mirrored. Okay, so those are little embellishments. And we're gonna need to find just these pieces here. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna take this piece here. You'll notice that there are two strips like this. One that has 1, 2, 3 score marks, one that has 1 score mark. So there's 3 here in the middle. There's 1 in the middle here. This is gonna go on top like this, and this one goes in the center, okay? And I've kind of devised this in a way that is gonna make life pretty easy as far as assembly goes. So what we wanna do is get all of these little tabs folded first and foremost. Just get them all folded. Just like that. Okay. And we can take this piece here and get all these tabs folded. So all we're doing is folding right now, nothing more. Okay. Like that. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to begin by assembling the inside here. Now we want our, if you're using AC cardstock and you have a texture, you want that texture to be outside, not inside of this piece here. And we're actually going to glue the tabs to the outside. So this is upside down right now. So this would be considered the front. This is the texture side. On this side, I have the texture side face down, and I'm going to glue the tabs to the texture side on the front. Okay. So I think the best thing to do would be to start in the center here. So I'm going to put glue on the first 2 tabs in the center, on either side of the center here, on that fold. Okay, and we're going to just shove that in there, get that point, right on point with the main structure here. I'll try to get those tabs underneath. Okay, and I'm just kind of pushing this up so that that point is meeting nicely. And then I'm just pushing down with these 2 fingers to get that to stick. So our tabs are on the outside, like so. Okay, because we're going to cover this up with another piece, but this just makes for an easier assembly. Okay, so at this point, you can move on to the next set of tabs here. On one side, there's 3 additional tabs here. And this doesn't have to be perfect because this is going to be covered up. What we're doing right now is just creating the main structure here, just making sure that that is all nicely put together. So I've got glue on those 3 tabs here, and I'm pushing them up against this piece here just to make sure that they're nice and flush against that piece. Okay, so that's what it should look like. And that just leaves this large tab, this long tab here. And we're going to put glue right on the surface of that tab. We're going to tuck it under, and we're going to glue it like so. Just make sure that it's nice and flush up against this piece here. Okay, so that's what that should look like. Now I didn't get enough glue on this tab here, so I'm just going to go back and fix that up. Okay, just push down, get that glue to really penetrate those fibers. Okay, and we're just going to repeat the same process here on the other side. Now I can flip this over if I want. It doesn't matter how I do it. Just get your glue on the 3 triangular tabs there, and then push down. There we go. That looks great, and that just leaves the 1 long tab down here. So you want to get your glue on that. And again, if it smears out or doesn't look perfect, it's okay because it's going to all be covered up. This is just to help us create the main structure here. Okay, so I'm just pushing down to get that glue to really set. Okay. And this is going to be our front. All right, so that's in place. And now we're going to do the same thing with this piece here, except we're going to just glue it to the top here. And again, you want your texture side out, not in. Texture side does not want to be hidden away. It wants to be out like this. Okay, so go ahead and fold everything at the score marks. And we just want to make sure that we're getting this in place correctly because it does only go on one way. I'll show you what I mean by that in a second here. So just get everything nice and folded like that. There we go. All right, so let's take a look-see here and figure out which way this needs to go. Okay, now this part down here, it doesn't look right, so we need to flip this around. Let's take a look here and see if that looks right. Yeah, now that looks right. So this little edge here is actually going to be coming in at an angle, and you want that angle to meet up with this angle here. Okay, so you can see that. So you want, this is the front of our little gate. You want this piece to be flipped so that the angle is going back in like that, so that when they connect, it'll be at an angle. Because if you have it this way, okay, they're not going to meet correctly there. So you want it this way. So let's see, best way to explain that is probably just the way that I explained it. Okay, so just make sure that, again, that you have this angle going in towards the back at this angle here, if you're looking at it from the front, so that when we connect these, they'll connect correctly. So keep it like that. And just like we did with the inside part, I'm going to start by putting glue on just these two tabs directly on the opposite side of where that little score mark is. And we're going to get that right in there, right up to that point. So the part here where it folds at the score mark should be right dead center. There's a tiny little point there. So just make sure that that's where you have it lined up like that. Okay, and then the rest of this is just going to get glued down like so. So we can flip, doesn't matter which side you start on, flip these tabs up. Okay, and then I'm just going to put glue on these tabs here. I think just one little dot is more than enough, and I think you can probably just put glue on all of these at this point. And now we're just tucking them under, making sure that they're nice and flush up against this main piece here. And I'm just running my finger along here to kind of push that glue down and into the fibers. Okay, let's take a look. That looks good. So now we just go to the other side here and flip these tabs up, get our glue on them, and this thing will be pretty much almost done here. Okay, so again, just tuck those under, get them nice and flush up against our surface here, this main piece, and run your finger along there, get that glue to really set in there. Okay, there we go. And I have one little tab here that maybe the glue just kind of dried up before it had a chance to really get a hold. So I'm just going to reapply my glue and just hold that in place for a few extra seconds to get that to stick nicely for us. Okay, so now we've got the inside and the top here all constructed. What we can go ahead and do is get this part connected. So you've got this little edge here, this little side. There's a tab there. I'm going to put some glue on that tab and pop it under this piece here. Get your finger under there and connect it to this piece here. And you see why we needed to make sure that we had this top piece on correctly, otherwise it wouldn't meet at the correct angle here. Okay, so that looks like it's in place. I'm going to flip over to the other side here and get glue on this other tab. Okay, and tuck that under. Just make sure that you're getting the correct angle there, and glue that tab to the underside of the top of our little gate here. And that looks good. Give it a good squeeze. Okay, and we can connect the bottom piece here. There's two little triangular tabs here. We can add our glue. And again, this is going to be coming in at an angle. So you want to make sure that you're gluing this correctly. This part here is just a straight angle. It's just straight. It's not angled in at all. Okay, so I'm just holding both of these down. This one's got the angle. This one is just straight. Get our finger in there, make sure that it gets a good hold. Okay, so as you can see here, this edge here, this side, is at an angle. Okay, so you want to make sure that you've got that glued down correctly. I'll show you again here on the other side. We've got the two triangular tabs. You want to get your glue on those. Okay, and again, with this side here, you're connecting this at an angle like that. So just make sure you get that at an angle, and this inner part here is just straight. There's no angle there. You can kind of move that tab out of the way just to get your finger in there better. And I'm going to need to reapply my glue on the other side here because I kind of knocked it loose. So I'm just going to use my little strip here to paint some glue on there because it's kind of hard to get my nozzle in there. Okay, so I'm just going to hold that in place until I'm sure it's set completely. There we go, you can see that nice and clear. Okay, give that a second here. All right, so the main structure is pretty much put together here. Okay, and this is going to be the front. You want to make sure that this is the front and that it's kind of angling in on the back side because that's going to connect to our little towers, and we need to make sure that this is at an angle. Okay, so this is the front. It angles back here on the sides. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put this piece on the back to close this up. Okay, and I think that the best thing to do with something like this is just to kind of do it in little sections, and that's where the handy little strip with the glue that you can use to kind of paint little sections is going to come in handy. I think what we should do is begin by anchoring this at the bottom here. So I'm going to get my glue on these two tabs here, and that's just going to kind of set the tone for this piece here. Get that nice and aligned on both sides, and just hold that in place until it gets partially set there. I think I need to kind of nudge that over a tiny bit. Okay, and then if you want, you can flip this down on your table and push down from the inside to get that to really hold nicely for us. Okay, so there you go. All right, and what we're gonna do is I'm gonna put glue on the large tabs here, and then I think we can just paint the glue onto the smaller tabs. I think that would probably work the best. So put the glue on the largest tabs here. Okay, I'm gonna spread that out right out to the edge. Okay, and I'm gonna pull these up a little bit so that as I'm pushing this down, it grabs more of that surface area. Like that, and like that. And just hold that in place as best as you possibly can. The chances are it may not sit perfectly the first time around, but it might. And if it doesn't, we can go in and clean it up. Okay, I'm just holding that down, making sure that it gets a good grip. There we go. That looks pretty darn good. Okay. And now with the rest of this, this is where I'm going to use my little paint technique. I'm going to get some glue on my little strip and just simply painting the glue onto the underside here. Okay, and I'm just going to push down and hold that in place until it sets for me. Okay, so that part is in place. I'm going to grab my glue, just throw a little bit on this strip here, and lift this up just gently and paint that glue onto the underside of this section. And then just push that down and hold it in place until it sets. And this is the back. Okay, so don't worry about if it's not perfect. I mean, so far it's looking great, but no one's gonna really see this back part as much as the front, which is why we did this on the front, just to make sure that it's perfect up there. Okay, so that is good there. That just leaves this little intersection here, and I'm just gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna grab a fresh strip here. The strip does get kind of caked with glue after a while, and it's not as effective. So grab a fresh little strip here and just throw a little dot of glue on there. And just pop it right underneath here and just paint it on the underside of this piece here. And I could probably get away with doing the other side too, because it's not that much area. So just paint that under there nicely and just push down and just hold that down in place until it fully sets. Okay, so our little gate here is pretty much done. It's a good way to put pieces like this together and make them look really nice. Okay, great, it looks great. All right, so at this point, you can go ahead and put this panel on the front. Okay, so that's gonna go on like that, just like that. So we'll get our glue on this piece here, get a nice fat line of glue along the edge. I'm gonna spread that out thin, but I wanna make sure that this thing sits nice and flush. Maybe just a little bit of glue around the inside. Okay, spread that glue out right up to that edge there. And if we need to go back in and clean it up, we can do that. Okay, get that nice and aligned on this piece here. I'm just kind of nudging it from the bottom and from the inside to make sure that it's in the right spot. And then just applying pressure all over. Okay. That looks pretty good. Okay. All right. Now we've got a little panel piece here. It's going to get glued on right here. Okay. So flip this over and get your glue on this piece here. Just nice thin amounts. And this piece here is going to be flush with the edge on the sides there. So just make sure that you've got that connected and in place correctly. Okay, there we go. That looks good. All right, now this is the little back door. Okay, and that's going to get glued on back here like so. And we have little score marks there so that the door opens and closes. Okay, and that's going to get glued on like so. So we want to put our glue, this is the back side now. We're going to get our glue on this entire little surface back here. Okay, and just get that aligned correctly on the sides and on the top. The rest of it should just kind of fall in place. It's going to make this thing a lot sturdier too, which is good. Okay, so that's what that's going to look like from this side here. Okay, next up here we have this little snowdrift element. Okay, and that's going to go right on here like so. So we're going to get that glued in place. And that's going to pretty that up. And then we have a couple snow drifts that go along the bottom as well. So go ahead and get your glue on this piece here. We're getting there, guys. Okay. And just set that in place, just following the little squares there at the top, the little cutouts. And might have to nudge it a little bit here and there just to make sure that it's sitting correctly. I think it naturally wants to straighten itself out, but we don't want that because it does have a natural curve to it. Okay, so just get that in place. All right, that looks great. There we go. Okay, and that just leaves these little snow drifts here. So again, find the two snow drifts that look like this. They're kind of mirror images of each other here, and there's one little score mark here, and it's just a tiny little area here. So what that's going to do is that's going to go here, and it's going to wrap around to the inside. Okay, so we can get that in place as well. So that's going to be flush with the bottom and the side. And then you can push that on the inside here. Got a little bit of snow right on the inside of that door there, or just on the outside of the door, but in the little doorway. Okay, there we go. And the same thing for the other side. There we go. All right, which leaves, we have a little crown that's going to get glued onto one side, as well as our little knockers. Okay, the knockers are going to go right on the door here. You can just get those glued down, and then you're going to want to find the little crown that is made of glitter. Yep. There's the little crown made of glitter. We're going to put that on the door. Okay, it's going to be right in the center, so we're going to put glue on just one side here. Okay, you can pop dot this if you want. I'm going to glue this down flat on one side, so just a dot of glue should be enough. Use the center of the crown as kind of a guide to make sure you've got it in the right spot. And just push and hold that down. Okay, and then we can go ahead and glue our little knockers on here. We don't have any indicators as to where they go. We kind of want them in the center of the door. And I am going to just put a couple little dots, maybe just 4 dots of glue on each of these little knockers, and glue that right to the middle there, right in the center of the door. And just make sure that the other one is on the same plane there. Okay. And that looks pretty darn good. All right, so there is our little gate, our little entryway to the castle. That is done. It should sit nicely. Okay, so on to the middle section here. Now, before we assemble and actually create the structure here, we may as well put some of the panels and some of the little details on here while this is flat. It's just a lot easier to work on this while it's flat. We're going to begin with this large piece here, and we're going to glue this down onto the main structure. So let's get our glue on here. Just go very gentle on the glue here. We don't want it warping the paper or showing through. And just make sure that you're getting that glue out to the edges as well, so that it looks nice and flush. And I'm just going to match that up with the little cutouts for the windows and get that pushed down. Just run your fingers along the edges here. Make sure that that's all in place nicely. Okay. And then it's up to you which piece you want to do next. I'm going to put the little windows in place here. Just going to dab a little bit of glue on this here. Get it along this little fine area here. And just follow the cutouts. Make sure that you're not obstructing the cutout. We're also going to need to put some vellum on the back of this, so let's not forget to do that. Okay, so that's in place. Onto the other one, same thing. Okay. And Again, just make sure you're not obstructing anything there. Get that in place. Nudge it a little bit if you need to. And just push down. You have a little bit of glue that kind of squirted out. Just rub it off while you can. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to put this door piece down, and that's going to line up with these little cutouts here. So just make sure you get that aligned correctly. Get your glue on the back of this piece here. There we go. And you're using the little window cutouts as a guide for placement, as well as this little shield crest thing here. Okay. That looks good. There we go. Okay, we have little doors here that are going to go just like that. Okay, and this little area here is going to line up with that little shield or the crest, whatever you want to call it. So get your glue on the back of this piece here. And get that aligned. I put my head over here real quick so I can make sure that I've got it lined up properly. That looks good. And the next one. Okay, and just get this next one here in place. There we go. Okay, so next little piece here, this is a glitter piece. That's going to go over this section here. I'm just going to go ahead and throw some dots of glue on the back of this. Okay, and just again make sure that you're not obstructing the little cutouts here. And just push that down. There we go. Okay, and one other thing too is this little piece here. This is also a glitter piece, and that's going to go right on the center of the door here. We can pop dot that or use a little foam square. You can glue it down if you want. I'm going to go ahead and just use a little foam square to adhere that. It's going to give it a little extra dimension. Okay, and just peel off that back. And whoops. Just adhere that right to the center there. Okay. All right, so that leaves this little area up here. And we have some little cutouts here that, and we also have some little indicators here to help you with the positioning of these pieces. Okay, so I'm just going to put them down without actually gluing them down so you know where they go. Okay, that's going to hug, well, almost. It's going to have a little bit of a border around that little window there. Okay, so that's going to go down like that. And then we have this piece here. And then the final little piece here. Okay, so you can go ahead and get those glued down. Again, use the little guides there to help you position them. And then we have a pretty little window piece here that's going to go around this window. That is this piece here, and we're going to actually use some foam squares on that as well. But go ahead and get that glued in place, and then we can go ahead and continue on putting this thing together. So I'm going to get my glue on the back of each of these little pieces here. Again, just make sure that you're following the little guides here. It's going to help you ensure that you've got it in the right spot. Okay, grab my next little piece here. And for little tip areas like that, just make sure that you're getting glue out to that tip so it doesn't come pulling away from your project. Okay, I'm going to angle this way just to make life easier. And I'm using the little guides here at the bottom. And just making sure that it's nice and level. That looks good. Okay. Grab my next little piece here. Get that glue down to the tip. And the little guides are at the top here. So just follow those guides. There we go. That looks good. Next piece. And just working with the guides here. There we go. A couple more pieces here. Whoops. I think this one's a stuntman. All right, following the guides, keeping everything spaced nicely so you've got little bits of gray showing up in between all these pieces. And last one here. Following the guides, keeping it on the same plane. There we go. Okay, so that is complete. And now this little window here, I think we can go ahead and pop dot this. That's going to go like that. Okay, and let me flip this over, grab some of my foam squares. Might need to cut a few of these in half, but I don't know if you've ever done this before. You can just literally take some scissors and cut them into smaller sections so that they fit better and that they're not sticking out. So I've got one at the top, two on the side, and then I'll probably just pop one on the bottom here. Okay, and then peel the backing off. You can glue this down. You don't have to use foam squares if you don't want. Okay. And let's just get that right in place, right over that oval. Make sure that you've got it nice and lined up. There we go. Okay. All right, so I'm going to flip this thing over and we're going to put our vellum down on the back of this. You're going to want this piece here, and that's going to cover that whole area for us nicely. And I'm just going to get glue around the perimeter of all these little cutouts. You could have done this first, ahead of time. I don't think it really matters. Okay, again, just make sure that you've got all of the little cutouts covered by your vellum. And just push that down. Give it a chance to set. Okay, so that's what that should look like. And last but not least here, we have a little crown, and I'm just going to glue that right onto the vellum. Just one little dot of glue. And get that nice and centered, using the point of the crown as a guide. Okay, so that's going on the vellum. So give that a chance to set before you move things around anymore. But that is the front panel here. I think that's pretty much it for the panels at this point. Now, once we actually get this thing constructed, we will need some more panels. They're going to go in various areas here. Now this little area here, this area here is to help us join this to the main tower. Okay, so we're not really doing anything with this just yet, but what you want to do at this point is go ahead and begin folding everything at the score marks so that we can begin constructing this piece here and turn it into a dimensional piece. Get everything nice and scored at the score marks. Okay. And you can see there's a little M on here. That's for the middle, since it's the middle piece. Okay. And just fold. Let's get everything set up here. Okay, so these two pieces here are identical. So it doesn't matter which one you grab, just grab one of them. You want to fold it like this, okay? And then you've got one more little fold here. What we're going to do is we're going to connect this down here first. So go ahead and get your glue on this little tab here. And you want to connect this right in here to this piece here. Just make sure that it's nice and aligned. Okay, just hold that in place. Okay, and then grab this other piece here, get it folded just like we did before. Okay, and this piece here is going to get glued to the inside of this piece here, like so. So we're just shoving that tab through, and we're going to glue it to the inside here. Okay, so go ahead and put your glue on this tab here. And just push that down. And I have a little bit of glue coming out of there, but just make sure that that's in place correctly like that. Okay, and that's just going to make up the side of this, like this. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward. And at this point, what we can go ahead and do is connect the sides and the bottom. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put glue on this long tab here. And get that spread out. And just close this up. Just make sure that you have it nice and aligned there at the bottom. You can actually put this down flat so that you get your initial hold. Give that a few seconds. Okay, so that's what that should look like. We've got that tab connected there. Okay, and then these little areas here that we glued down, they're going to get glued to these tabs here, and we're going to do that here in just a second. But first, I'm going to close up the bottom just to make this more structurally sound. So we can go ahead and get our glue on this tab here, as well as these little triangular tabs on the side. Okay, let's spread that out to the edge and just close that up. And just hold that in place. Let that set. Kind of nudge it a little bit if you need to. Just make sure that it's aligned correctly. And then you can put that down on your surface. There's a little hole in here. You can stick your finger in there and kind of push down a little bit. Okay. That's good. There we go. Okay. And then finally, we're just going to glue this to create this little roof area here. Okay, so we'll start on one side here. I'm going to do the underside here, these first two little tabs. Just get glue on those. And just hold those in place. And let that set. Okay, that looks good. And then just going to work our way up here. Okay, so we've got this little area here glued down. I'm going to pull this back a little bit. And I'm just going to start on one side here. And I get my glue on these tabs here. Okay, get those right out to the edge. And pull these out a little bit. And just kind of scrunch those down and line them up. Just like that. And just hold that in place until that sets nicely. Okay, you can kind of get your fingers in there a little bit. Push that down. Okay, give that a few extra seconds to dry. And then we're going to glue the other side here. Now I'm going to grab my little strip. And I'm going to paint the glue on there so that it just is easier. And I'm just putting the glue right along the edge there. Should have put a little more on there. Just like that. Wipe off the excess and just get that joined with those tabs there. There we go. And just hold that in place until it sets nicely. Okay, and then we're just going to repeat the same thing on the other side to put this thing together completely. And then we've got some panels that are going to go along the sides. We've got some snow drifts as well, just to kind of finish this piece off. Okay, so that looks good on one side here, and we're just going to repeat the same process here. So I'm going to begin by gluing this little underside section first. Okay, and just be patient with this little section here as it kind of will set the tone for the rest of this. You can move these tabs out of the way so that you can get your finger in there to push that down. Okay, so that's pretty much it for that. We're going to close the top of this off by putting glue on these tabs here. Just kind of dab that and spread it out to the edge. Okay, and just close it up with that top piece there. There we go. Okay, and just hold that in place. There we go. Okay, now if you by chance have little areas here that are kind of sticking up a little bit, just go back in with your little strip and add a little touch of glue underneath any of the parts that you're not completely happy with, and just push that down and hold it in place until it gets a good hold. Okay. All right, so next thing that we want to do is put some of our little embellishments on this. There is a little doorstep that we're going to add to this. Okay, this is our little doorstep. And we're just going to fold this and I'm going to glue this tab here to itself. Okay, I think glue kind of shot out there. And we can do this while it's flat. Just glue it to itself, tuck that tab underneath. Okay, and you're gonna, end result's gonna be one of these guys like this. And then we just need to fold the small little triangles over on each side and get those glued down. I'm just going to dab that and close that up. And just press and hold that until it sets. Okay, and then this is just going to get glued on right to the bottom here to create a little step. That looks good. I'm going to put that down on my table to continue applying pressure to it. Okay, and you can close this up as well. Just kind of dabbing a little bit of glue on there and then close that up. It kind of helps to nudge the different sides in a little bit. Okay, and I'm just pressing and holding that in place to let it set. You can put that down on your table the other way. That looks good. And then that is just going to get glued right to the bottom here, like so. It's a nice little step, nice little detail. It's all in the details here. Get a good amount of glue on there. And just pop it right under there. Make sure that you have it nice and centered. And just hold that in place until it sets. And then we've got some additional little details here that we're going to be adding. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to find these two blue rectangles. Okay, these rectangles are going to get glued to the side here like so. Okay, the other one's going to go on the other side. So let's get that in place. Like that. And just line that up with the top. Should fit perfectly. And just run your fingers along this piece here. Make sure that that is nice and flush against your little roof part here. Okay. And grab the other one. Same thing, just the other side. Okay. And there you go. Get that glued in place. we've got some snow drifts that we want to find for this piece here. There's one little piece like this. It's a little crown piece that's going to go on here. So you want to find that. We're definitely going to need that. And you also want to find this little piece here. It's got a little score mark right through the center. Okay, that is going to dangle off of the roof here, like so. Okay, so you want to find two of those, two that look like that. I think I have them here, I do. Okay, just like that. And then we want to find snow drifts that, let's see if that's the right one. No, it's not. Let's find the snow drifts that look like this. Okay, and these snow drifts are going to go right on the top of the roof here like that. So let's find the two that look like that. Okay, and then there's also, you want to find the snow drifts that look like that. Find two of those. Those are going to go on the bottom of this. And we're starting to run out of snow drifts. That means that we are approaching the end here. Okay, so these are the two for the top of the roof here. Okay, and now this one is going to go here. Okay, so I'm just going to put my glue on the back of this. And that's going to go right there, like so. Just make sure you've got it nice and aligned. Okay, just like that. And then we'll do the other side. Let's get our glue on here. Okay, that's going to go right on there. Just make sure you've got it nice and aligned at the top. Okay, and now we've got these little snow drifts here. Now we're not going to put any glue on the bottom half of it where that large icicle is, just the top half. Okay, and that's going to go right at the edge of the roof there like that, so that we have a nice little icicle hanging down. Just like that. Okay, same with the other side. Let's get our little icicles on there, snow drift icicles, and get that lined up with the edge so it's just hanging off the edge there. Okay, here we go. All right, now these guys here, I'm going to fold these in half. And these guys are going to go right on the edge like this, right on the corner there. Okay, so get your glue on there. Okay, and right there on the corner. Oops. There we go. This vellum that we have looks really cool. It's almost looks icy, like the windows are frozen. Okay, other side here, just fold that in half. And let's get our glue inside here. And pop that right on the corner. Both sides. There we go. This is looking pretty cute so far. And there's just one more little tower to put together. And we're going to join these two pieces together, and then we can start constructing all this with our hot glue. Okay, and now we've got, as I mentioned, a little crown piece here. Okay, so this piece here, what we're going to do is we want to go ahead and fold this at the score marks. Okay. And then fold it at the score marks here. like so. Just like that. Okay. And this is going to sit on top like this. Okay. So we want to put glue. And now this is going to be a little tricky here, for me anyway, because I'm going to be gluing this glitter surface onto paper. And that always takes a little bit more time for things to set. But you want to just align this with the top here and get that surface glued down to the top of the roof here. Okay, so I may come back here in a few seconds after I get this in place, because I really need to hold it down for a little bit longer than usual because it is glitter. But just put that right on there like that, and just hold that down until it's set. So I'll be right back here after my glitter decides that it is set. Okay, so that piece is on there. There's one little rectangular piece that we're then going to put on top here to cover that up and clean it up to make it look nice. Okay, so just go ahead and get your glue on top there. And put that little piece right on there and just hold that in place until it sets. It should look like that. Okay. I'm going to push that down, give it a good hold. And that is pretty much it for that portion of our little center tower. And that just leaves a few more little sections here that should go together pretty easily, as they're not as tight as far as the areas to work with goes. It's just going to be a lot more room for our fingers to do what they need to do. Okay, but that is looking good. Okay, so we can put that off to the side for now and continue on here with the next section. Okay, just to kind of break things up a little bit, I want to go ahead and just put together and talk about this piece here. Now this is the base of our castle, okay, and it's two pieces like this. You'll notice that there are two little score marks right here along the center. What we're going to do is we're just going to put some glue within that area. You don't want to go outside of that little score mark area. Okay, and actually, you know what I should do? I'm going to put some glue on this side as well, on the underside here, and get that glue right out to the edge. Like so. Okay, and all you're going to do is just connect these two pieces right at the score mark. Now ultimately, this is going to be put on some foam core. Just like we did with our haunted house. If you made our haunted house, we wanted to create a really nice, strong structure for this thing. Okay, so we took this and we are going to glue it to foam core, and then we're going to cut around the foam core. So we've got a nice thick little platform for this. Now aside from this guy here, really the only other thing left to do is put down this little entryway. Okay. I'm just going to glue this down just to get it ready. And we're kind of seeing more little pieces disappear, and it means that we're getting that much closer to being done. So we're just going to take this piece. There's some little guides here to help you with the placement of this. So go ahead and just follow those guides and glue that down. This little seam here is going to be covered up by the rest of the project, so we don't have to worry about anybody seeing that. Okay, so this piece is pretty much ready to go. We're going to put that on our foam core later on. And at this point, we can go ahead and begin working on the remaining center tower. Before you assemble this piece, which I've already done here, you need to put your little vellum piece on the inside here. okay, to cover up these windows. Now I goofed up, which is why this is out of sequence here. So I'm just gonna do it now while I still can. Luckily I didn't put this all together, but while yours is still unassembled, you're gonna put glue on the inside there, and you're gonna put your little vellum piece in place. Just making sure that you've got the little windows covered up and that you're not obstructing the little tab there. Okay, so it should look like that. And you want to do the same thing with the other side. Again, this is an edit. I forgot to do that. But you're going to do this in the right order. And just get your vellum in there. Make sure that you've got all the windows covered up. Okay, and just like that. Okay, so on to the final phase here. What we want to do is we're going to begin by just kind of piecing together a few of the segments of the central tower here, and then we'll join them all together. So you want to find the two pieces that say MR. This says MR. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to glue this piece together to kind of create this shape here. So I've got this piece here. I've already scored everything and folded everything. Okay, so you want to do the same thing here. I'm going to move this stuff out of the way for now so that we have more room here. And what we're going to do, you can see here that we've got this little cutout here that matches up with that cutout there, and the idea is that this piece is going to get glued right on top of this piece. Okay, and you want to make sure that you have it lined up correctly so that the little windows here are not obstructed. That's why this cutout is a little bit bigger than this one here. And I'm going to fold this over as well as this piece here, just to kind of help us. Okay, so again, this piece is going to get glued on like this. Okay, so I'm going to take this piece and just kind of set it on here to get an idea of where everything goes. What you want to do is just make sure that there's two little notches here on this piece, and that kind of tells you where to keep your glue, okay, and where this needs to line up. It should be flush here at the bottom and flush at the top. Okay, that's gonna kind of go like that. So what we can do is get our glue. Now this is the piece that has the square windows. Okay, so just make sure you have that on your surface. And let's get our glue right on this piece. You want to keep your glue to the inside of those little dashes, those little marks, those indicators. Okay. And then take this piece and get that aligned over these little cutouts, and then just make sure that you have that aligned correctly. Now this is kind of a little strange, a little different than what you're used to, but just trust me that it will work. Okay, so we kind of want it like that, and then this piece here we can glue the top on. We're going to leave the bottom as is. We're going to glue this top piece together like so. Okay, so we can go ahead and put glue on these tabs up here. And I can just do one at a time here. And get that nice and aligned. Give that a few seconds to dry. just like that. Okay. Now this last tab here. Get that glue right out to the edge and tuck that under and connect it like that. Get your fingers in there. Okay. That's good. Now these little tabs here, we're going to be using that to connect this to the tower. This is going to be the right-hand side. We're going to end up tabbing those in. Okay, so let's grab the other piece that looks, it's just the mirror of this one here, and get everything folded. Okay, and let's get this one folded as well. Okay, and just like we did with this side here, okay, that's going to get glued on like this. Okay, so I've got this piece here folded like this, and then this piece with the square windows is going to get glued on right there, like that. Okay, so I'm going to take, and just like we did with the first piece here, we get our glue down on this surface. There's these two little notches here and here to kind of help you make sure that you don't get glue beyond these points here. Okay. And just pop that right on there, just making sure that you've got it aligned right up to the edge there. Just like that. Come on, there we go. And just push that right into place. Just make sure you've got that nice and aligned. Okay, there we go. And just like we did the first time, you can go ahead and get this glued down to create our little top. Okay, so get your glue on the first tab here. So we're basically just creating like a half of a structure here, and there's a little bit of a panel that's sticking off, and that's going to be used to kind of connect the tower to the back. Okay, so hold that in place. And then let's get glue on this last tab here. And pop that underneath. And get that glued in place. Okay. There we go. All right, now this bottom part, that's going to get glued to this little section here. We'll worry about that in just a minute. Okay, so we've got these two pieces. They're pretty much ready to go. What we can actually do to kind of make this a little more sturdy is we have this piece here that's going to get glued on like so. Okay, so let's do that real quick. Let's get our glue on the back of this. just line that up so that it matches the little cutout. As you probably have guessed, that little cutout here on the right is for one of the doors on the tower. Let's make sure that that was a little bit off here. I'm going to try that one more time. Let's make sure we get it aligned correctly. There we go. Put that down on my table here and push. Get that in place. And it's just going to sturdy this piece up for us. Okay, grab the other one. That looks like that. And we're going to glue that down like so. Let's get our glue on the back of this. Okay. Get that aligned. And push down. Okay. All right. So that is that. We can move that off to the side for a second. And next we're going to take this large piece here. Move that out of the way. And what you want to do is take a look at this and make sure that you have this arranged correctly. This here is the little hole that we're going to use to connect this to this. So this is the center, okay? And then these are the windows that are off the center. And then these are the little holes here that we're going to connect these two ultimately. So you want to make sure that you have this lined up correctly. Okay, and I'm going to take and I'm going to just fold everything at the score marks here. Okay, and there's no score mark there. Just fold these. Okay, and grab this piece, get everything folded. And then we're going to connect these two pieces together. We're going to create, this is the center tower, basically. Okay, and again, just make sure that you've got this piece in the center and the windows on either side. And we can get this piece connected to make one long piece here. This one has the little M on this tab that I'm putting my glue on right now. Just make sure that you get that glue right out to the edge. Okay. And we can work with this flat. There we go. And I'm going to fold this over onto itself just to make sure that I've got it lined up correctly. There we go. And just kind of squeeze that in place. We're going to need to put some vellum on this piece as well before we close it up. I just wanted to get this one little tab here in place before we did that. Okay. Okay, so we've got this piece all into one solid piece here, and we're going to need to put our vellum on here. Okay, so these long pieces are for these little windows here. So go ahead and get your glue around the perimeter of the windows. And just make sure that you've got them both covered. We've given you plenty of wiggle room here to get these on. Okay. And get that other one on. Just smooth it out. Get that glue in there. Okay. Now, got that all in place. We can go ahead and close this up. Okay, so I'm just going to fold it over on itself. And we're going to put glue on this tab here and just connect it to this section here. Let me fold this over to kind of help us. Let me do it this way. Like that. Okay, so let's get our glue on this long tab here. Oops. Just spread that out. Oops. There we go. And just make sure that you got it nice and aligned there. And get that to set initially. I'm going to flip it over onto the seam where we have the glue, just to make sure that that's all nice and aligned. It should lay nice and flat for us. Okay, there we go. All right, there's our little center tower. All right, so now we can go ahead and grab this little piece here, this pink piece, okay, and we can begin constructing this. Now, the way that this is going to work is we're going to actually pop this inside here, and all the tabs are going to get glued to the bottom of this piece. Okay, so the tabs are going to go over this piece, and then this is for this little side piece here, and that's also going to get glued in like that. And it's just to kind of help us do this systematically, one step at a time. Okay, so you want the piece facing this way, where this longer area is facing you. This is your center tower here. Okay, so first thing we're going to do, I'm going to put glue onto the underside of this tab here. And this doesn't have to be perfect. And we're just going to glue that like so. Just make sure that you've got it nice and centered there. And just hold that in place until that sets. Okay. And this piece here is going to get glued like this. Like that. So let's get some glue onto the underside of this tab here. And get that glued to that section there. Okay, so I'm going to continue on down here. I'm going to get this tab glued into place here. And this pink piece is a little bit smaller than, as far as the surface area goes, it's a little bit smaller than the actual perimeter of all these pieces. So it should, it's just going to be used to kind of keep all this stuff in place, and shouldn't push anything out. These little corners here and these tabs should hug this piece perfectly and just kind of help with the construction overall. Okay, so now that we've got that in place, I'm going to get this piece glued down, and I'm not overly concerned about where the glue's going, just as long as I'm getting enough on the tab so that it stays. Okay, so just get that glued to this little spot here. Just make sure it's nice and centered. There we go. And that's just going to help this thing keep its shape. And it's going to help us get the other pieces glued and attached nicely. I'm going to put glue on this little tab here now. Just like that. And just glue that right there. Make sure that it's right up against that edge of this little pink piece. And just squeeze. And last one here. Get that in place. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that looks good. Okay, so now we're going to grab this piece here and we're going to put glue onto the underside of this side tab here. Okay, and we're going to put this little pink piece in here and get that glued into place. Okay, so it's going to look like this. These tabs are going to go inside eventually, and they're going to get glued to the inside of the main tower, like so. Okay, just like that. But we've got our first little piece in place there. And we can flip this tab up and get our glue onto the underside of this tab and just fold it over onto that little skeleton piece, as I'll call it, this little pink piece, this perimeter piece. And it's just going to help us get this all aligned and sitting nicely. Okay, and then we've got one more tab here. Just get our glue on the bottom of this tab and just slide it over on top of that little pink piece there. Just make sure that it's all going in the right direction. And there we go. Okay. So that's got a good hold. And now this piece here, there's some tabs on the inside here. You can see the little tabs here. These are going to get glued to the inside of this piece. And we're leaving the hole open at the top so that we can actually get our hands in there and get those pieces glued. Let me see if I can show you that here. There you go. See this tab here? That's going to get glued like so. This tab here, this one right here, is going to get glued to the inside. So there's 3 tabs. They're all going to get glued to the inside of the structure to kind of hold it in place. And when you do that, just make sure that it's all the way in. Okay. Okay, so we have the bottom of this all put together. And again, as I mentioned, there's 3 tabs here. You can see a good view of it here. There's 1 tab here, 1 tab here, and 1 tab here. We're going to put glue on the back side of these tabs and press them down onto the inner structure of the center tower here. Okay, so however you can get your glue in there is fine. You want to just, I'm going to start with the top tab here and just get some glue right on that top tab, and I'm connecting it to the inside here. You can see this little area where I'm pushing down with these 2 fingers. That is where I'm connecting it, and I'll show you that in a second here. So I'm pushing in, or pushing out from the inside, pushing in from the outside, and you can see that tab there. that is just glued down in place to kind of hold that structure in place. Next, I'm going to put glue on the back side, not this surface, but the other side of this tab, okay? And I'm gonna glue that down to that structure there. Okay, so just fold that tab over so that you can get your glue in there. You should be able to use this little window here, or this little hole, to get your glue right on there. Oops. And then just fold that over and push that down onto the inner surface, and it should look nice on this side here. And just hold that in place until it sets. Okay, so we've got 2 of the tabs glued down, and that just leaves 1 more over here on this side. There's our 3rd tab here. This is not the surface here. This little surface here is not the surface that we're putting the glue on. We're going to put it underneath it. So I'm just flipping it over. So it's not on this side, but on this side. Okay, and should be able to get your glue right through this little hole here. And then flip it over and glue that down to the inner surface here. Okay, and you can push down from in here to get that glued into place. Okay, there we go. All right, so all 3 tabs now are glued down to the inside of our structure here, and that is what it should look like. Okay, here we go. Looking good, and we're just going to repeat this process with the other side here. Okay, so we're going to anchor this at the bottom here, just like I did the first time. So let's get our glue on this one tab here. Okay, and slide this little skeleton piece here right in. Just make sure that you're getting your tabs in for the other piece. Just shove it right in there and get that piece right in there. And just hold that down for a second. Make sure that it gets a good hold. There we go. First piece is in place. And again, we're going to ultimately glue these tabs to the inside of this structure here to make it all one solid piece. Okay, just like that. But for now, let's just focus on getting these last 2 tabs here glued down so that this thing stays in place for us as we're getting everything glued together up on the inside. Okay, and then we're going to cover the bottom up with this piece here to close everything off and make it nice and level. Okay, 1 more little tab here. And just glue that down. Perfect. Okay. All right, so now we can focus our attention to the inside, just like we did with the other side. Okay. And as you can see here, just like we did the first time, there's 1 tab at the top, 1 tab on the side, the other tab on the side. I'm going to start by gluing this top tab in place. So I'm just going to grab a little bit of glue, get it right on that tab, and push it down up against the inner part of this surface here. So I'm just kind of pushing the tab from the inside, and then I'm pushing in from the outside to get that to adhere. And you can see that tab is now down. Okay, then we're going to take this tab and glue it to this surface here, and then this tab and glue it to this surface here. Okay, so you can kind of peek through this little window here, and that's where we're going to put our glue. So I'm just going to put glue on that one tab there using this little window. I might need to kind of come in from the inside a little bit so you can see the glue there. Okay, and then just fold that over onto the surface and get that glued down into place. There we go. That looks good. So 2 out of 3 are in place now. And that just leaves one last tab. It's this back tab here. Okay, we can kind of come in from this side here to get our glue on this tab. And let me see here, I'm going to get my glue bottle up here. Get a little bit of glue up there on that surface, and then just get that glued in place here. And there we go. That is all glued into place now. We have one solid structure now. That looks just like that. Okay, and I can go ahead and close this off at the bottom by gluing this piece down. It should fit perfectly right on the bottom. Okay, so I'm going to stand this up on my table. May look a little out of focus. That's okay. Get your glue around the perimeter. Make sure you get it out to the edge as well. And then I'm going to spread that out right up to the edge nicely. Okay. And then close that off. There we go. And it's a lot of surface area, so don't worry too much if you don't get it all perfectly in place in one shot. We can go around using our little paint technique to close off any areas that maybe didn't get enough glue and are maybe lifting up just a tiny bit, and that's totally fine. But I'm actually doing a pretty good job here. That looks pretty darn good. That's going to be on the bottom anyway, so I wouldn't worry too much about making it perfect. But there is the central tower. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to we need to construct one more little section here that's going to get glued to the top of this. And then we've got the little cone. And then we're on the home stretch, guys. We are almost done here. Okay, so you have two pieces like this. Okay, this looks like a really weird shape, but go ahead and begin just folding everything at the score marks here. Okay. And we'll be getting our hot glue gun warmed up here pretty soon so that we can start joining this thing together. Okay, so what we're going to do for this piece here is we're going to begin by joining these straight angles, the straight edges together. Okay, I'm just going to put glue on one of these sides here and get that glued in place. Just make sure that you're following the correct angle there. It's going to be kind of an angular piece. I'm just getting my thumb in there, aligning that nicely. Okay. And now moving on to the other straight edge here, or the straight tab. And just tuck that in. Just make sure that you've got it right up to the edge there. Okay. And just hold that in place until it's fully set. Okay. And now we're going to put this side up here like that. I'm going to do one side, and then we're going to paint the other side with glue, just to ensure that we get this done correctly. Okay, so just kind of find that angle. You're going to bend this a little bit. There we go. Right up to the edge there. And just hold that down with your thumb until it gets a good hold. There we go. All right, now as I mentioned, the other side here, I'm going to grab my little strip and get a good dollop of glue on there. And I'm just going to run it along the inside of this section here. Just paint that glue right on there. Wipe off any excess and just push that down up against those tabs. Make sure that you've got it nice and aligned, and hold that in place and allow it to set. Pretty easy. Just be patient while it dries. Okay, and that's what you should end up with, a piece like this. Okay. And just be patient while that dries. I'm going to move these tabs out of the way, and you can get your finger in there. Let's push down a little bit, make sure everything sticks nicely. And last but not least here, I'm going to get our glue onto these three little tabs here, and I'm going to close this up. Make sure that you got that glue out to the edge so everything connects nicely and looks seamless. And I'll close that up. Just make sure that you've got it aligned correctly, and just hold that down until it dries. Okay, and this is going to be a little roof piece. It's going to go right on top of there like that, and we're going to glue that down. But let's let this set for just a little bit here. We can actually put that off to the side because we're going to do this process one more time for the other side. Okay, so I'll just walk you through this. So occasionally, when decided that we wanted a castle, we knew that it was going to be quite the undertaking, but occasionally there's no harm in having a statement piece like this, because it would be an awful waste of everyone's talents if we didn't occasionally make something like this that really sets us apart from our competition and makes you, the crafter, look amazing. You're not going to find anything like this anywhere at the retail stores. And this is going to make for one heck of a centerpiece for whatever the occasion. Ideally, I think, not ideally, but I think that this is primarily a wonderful little piece for a birthday party. But you guys have shown me this time and time again, that you always seem to have an occasion that maybe we don't think about, that something like this would work for. But I definitely see this being a staple for birthdays, especially. I think I read that there's going to be another Frozen movie either this year or next year. So that hype is going to come back again in full force, and I'm sure that Frozen is going to be a very, very popular theme for birthdays. And again, I think, with Legos, I think castles have always been pretty popular. Okay, so I'm just repeating this process again. I've already seen me do this once. It's just, this one's for the other side here. And just like we did the first time, I'm using my glue applicator here for one side, and then we're going to paint the other side just so that it goes together nicely for us. Okay, so again, just make sure that you're following the curve here correctly. And I'm applying pressure with my left hand thumb here. Okay, and just make sure that you've got that nice and lined up. And just hold that in place until it's set. That looks good. But we designed this as a centerpiece. We included little doors so that this thing can be nice and lit up with standard size electronic tea lights. You obviously don't want to put a real candle in there. That would be wasted effort. You spent so long putting it together. You don't want to set it on fire. You can, if you want to set it on fire, you can. It's up to you if that's what you get into, if you're into burning stuff. All right, and again, I'm grabbing my little strip, a nice little dollop of glue, and I'm just going to paint the underside of this area here with glue. Get plenty on there. Okay, and then I'm just going to push that down along that nice curve there. And just hold that in place until it's set. There we go. And then if you move these tabs out of the way, you can get your fingers in there. Just push down to get that to hold a little bit quicker. Looks good. All right, so just like we did before, let's get our glue on these 3 tabs up here to close this shape up. This is almost, I think this is one of the last dimensional pieces here for our castle. We are almost done. We just have the little top of the tower to assemble yet, which we've done already, and this one's bigger, so it's a lot easier to work with. So that should be a breeze. Okay. Before we do that, we've got a couple more things to work on here, and we still have to connect these 2 pieces together. And then we're literally getting there. We are pretty much on the final stretch here. Okay. All right, so we've got our 2 pieces here, and the way that this is going to work is like that. Okay, these are going to sit right on top of the little pink pieces. Okay, we're gonna glue them to the surface, and then we're also going to glue them to the side. Okay, so we can actually go ahead and do that now. Let me start with just one, and let's get our glue on the side here, and then also on the bottom. If you want to use hot melt glue for this, you're more than welcome to. I think I can do just fine with regular glue here. All right, so just pop that in place. Make sure that it's sitting nice and flush on the pink piece, and that you've got it up against the side there of the purple piece. Okay, and just hold that in place. until it's fully set. And then we do have some little snowdrift pieces that are going to kind of mask and cover some of these areas here to make them look a little more seamless. Okay, there we go. That looks good. And I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. So get your glue on the bottom. And then get your glue on this little angled piece here. Okay. Oops. Gross. Throw a little extra glue on there. Okay, and just get that right in place, right on the surface, right up to the back side of our purple piece. And just push that down and push it up against this piece here. I've got my hand in here pushing from this side as I'm applying downward pressure here to make sure that it adheres nicely for us. Okay, so that looks good. All right. Now that we've got this piece on here, what you want to do is find the, you've got this little piece here. That's going to go on top to create like a tiny little balcony. Okay. And what we're looking for right now is some snowdrift pieces. There's two sets of snowdrift pieces that we want to find. One that looks like this. It has just a little bump on one side. Okay. We're going to find two of those. The bumps are going to be on opposite sides. Okay. So find those. I've got mine here. And then also you want to find a snowdrift section that is, let's see here. Well, there's going to be two more snowdrift sections. One of them has a slight little angle about it. Okay, like that. That's for one side. And then you find the other one that has a little bit of an angle. Okay. And then actually we are down to two little pieces, and that's exactly what we need, these two pieces here. The only thing left with the snowdrift pieces are these large ones, and that's for the large tower. We've got this for the window, and then there's these four pieces which make up the perimeter of the actual structure, the base of it, I should say. Okay, so with these pieces here, that's going to go right here, like that. Okay, so we want to get that glued down right on there. Let's get our glue on this piece here. And right there, right on the edge there, just make sure you've got it nice and lined up. Okay. There we go. And I've got a little bit of this thing still hanging up. I'm going to grab my little glue strip and just add a little bit extra glue underneath that so that that sits nicely. Okay, and then what you want to do is find the corresponding piece here that goes on the side. You'll notice that we've got like a half of an icicle hanging from this side here, and actually that piece is still not sitting the way I want it to sit. So I'm going to grab a little bit more glue and just dab that with some glue from underneath and just push that down. And that was probably too much glue, but it's finally sitting correctly. Okay, so just grab this piece here that kind of matches up with that little icicle or that little piece of snow. Maybe just kind of bend that a little bit because it's going to be sitting at an angle. Get your glue on the back of this and get that glued right onto the side there. There we go. Nice little snow drift there. Okay, so that looks great. And then we've got this little piece here. Now this little bump here, that's going to get glued underneath the little roof, so it's not just kind of hanging off by nothing. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to put glue on this entire little area here, and then also just a little dot of glue on the surface of that glitter there. Okay, and that's going to get glued like so. Okay, and just make sure they get that portion there glued. Okay, there we go. And we're going to repeat that on the other side. Okay, so I've got this piece here with a little bit of an angle on the drift. And get that glue on there. Get that adhered. Okay. And then the straight piece here. All right. And get that glued right onto the side. Make sure you've got it lined up correctly. There we go. Okay, and just like we did with the other side, we've got this piece with that little bump. You're going to get your glue on the back side of this, and then just a little bit on top of that bump there. Okay, and get that nice in line there. Tuck that bump under, just like that. And apply a little bit of pressure from underneath to get that bump to stick to the underside of this little roof part here. Okay, there we go. So, getting close here, we've got a little detail that we're going to add to the bottom of this section here. These are little doors that are going to get glued right there. So, go ahead and get those in place. Just a lot of nice little details on this castle. A lot of things to look at and admire. Just get that nice and centered. Make sure the bottom is nice and flush with the actual structure itself. Clean off this glue here. And there we go. I'm really looking forward to photographing and videoing this piece. It's going to look pretty magical, I think. Okay, all right. So that is that. Now we can put together the little balcony pieces for these little roof pieces here. So just fold that over. I'm going to fold the large scored areas here like that. Okay. And the way this is going to work is it's just going to get glued right on top like that. Okay, so we're going to put glue on the underside here of these tabs, and we're just going to glue those down. Okay, and let's just spread that out. And I might have to take this off camera here, but I'll show you what it is supposed to look like when it's done. And just gluing that on, pushing down on the little tabbed areas. There we go. I'll show you here in a sec. Okay, so that's what that should look like there. Okay, I've got the glue on the tabs are right on the surface, and then we have this little guillotine looking piece that's going to go right on top to finish that off and clean it up and make it look nice. So we're going to glue that right onto the top here. Just get your glue right on those tabs and then maybe some along the inside. And just put your little guillotine piece in there and push that down and get it to stick to finish that piece off. Okay, and I'm just going to repeat the same process on the other side. So go ahead and fold the little tabs here on this little balcony piece. Get your glue on the bottom of the tabs and adhere that to the top of that little roof piece. And then we can go ahead and move on to putting together, well, we can stitch together these two shapes now, and I'll show you how that works in just a second here. Let me just get my other balcony on, my little fence for the balcony, I should say. Just make sure that you've got it nice and aligned. And get enough glue on there. Let me try that one more time. And there we go. All right, so that little fence is on there, and again, I'm just going to take our little guillotine piece here and just cover that up nicely. I'm going to put some glue on to the surface here, along the tabs, along the inside, and just pop that into place, cover that up and finish it up nicely. Okay. All right, so this structure is pretty much complete. We're going to put the top on last because we need to get our hand into this little area here to connect these two pieces together. Okay, so we're revisiting this piece here, and remember these little tabs here. What we're going to do is we're going to feed these through this little hole here to make this all one solid piece. Okay, so as you can see from the inside here, these are the tabs here, and we're just going to glue those to the inside of our purple structure here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to begin by gluing this bottom tab into place first, just so that we have the right height so it's sitting correctly. Okay, so let's get that piece in there, and kind of holding this down using the little step, and then I'm going to take, you can't really see this, but I'm taking that little tab that I just put glue on and I'm pushing it up against the structure inside. I'll show you here in a second what that's going to look like when it's done. And that's how we're going to join these two pieces together to make it one solid piece. Okay, that should have a good hold. Let's see if you can see that inside there. See that bottom tab there? this guy here. That bottom tab is in place now. Now I'm going to do the top tab. Okay, so we're just going to put glue right on this tab here. Don't need a lot, just enough. And then I'm just going to push that down and hold that down and let that set. And then we just have the two long tabs on the sides there. You can see the light hitting it nicely. We're going to put glue along the edge of that and just get that glued up against the purple surface in there. Okay. And that's good. All right. Now we can use the back of this here, this little opening, to get glue on our tab here. Okay. This would be a lot easier if I could get my head in here, but I'm going to try to make it so that you can see it. So you can see the glue on that tab there, and then I'm going to push it up against the inner part of the structure here. Okay, so now that we have the the top and bottom tab in place, what we're going to do is we're actually going to glue the structure here to the outside as well, and I'm going to do that using my little painting technique here. So I've got some glue on here, and that's actually a little bit too much. And I'm just going to put some glue on the surface here. Okay, just wipe off any excess, and I'm just going to push that down up against that piece there. You can kind of push from the inside as well. And just hold that in place until it sets nicely. And just be patient while that dries. It doesn't need to be perfectly flush. You're not going to see it, but we're just kind of making sure that we have this piece nice and solid as one entity. Okay, that looks good. I'm going to just kind of let that sit for a few minutes here and let it really get a good grip. Okay, in the meantime, while that side is kind of drying, I'm going to grab some more glue on my little strip here. And let me wipe some of that off. It's a little bit too tall. And I'm just going to paint some more glue along that surface. And then I'm going to push that up against this surface back here. And I'm just going to hold that in place and let that set. You don't need a lot. It doesn't need to be perfectly flush, just as long as you get a nice clean seam in there. And I've got my hand in there and my fingers all the way through to the inside of this, and I'm just kind of squeezing it almost to get that to all adhere nicely together. Okay, so that actually looks like a really nice seam in there, right in there. Okay, that looks good. Other side looks good. Okay, now we still have two more little long tabs in here. And we're going to go ahead and get our glue on those tabs and just kind of push them over onto the inside. Okay, now one other thing I noticed here is that up here there's a little bit of a gap. Again, I'm not too concerned about it because you're not going to see it all that much, but I am going to go ahead and just get a little bit of glue in there using my little strip. Just paint that glue on the back side of this piece here, and then just hold that up against the purple surface and let that kind of set so that we have a nice solid piece here. Okay. All right. So that is looking pretty sharp. All right, this part is all done. All we need to do is put our little tower together, and then we can start constructing this thing. We're pretty much done here. Okay. All right, onto our tower here. Now, if you guys remember, we kind of already constructed this. Here is the cone. Let's go ahead and get our cone together first, and just begin by folding everything. And as you can see, there's a little window on here, which means that we need to get our little vellum on there. Otherwise, we'll have one really, really cold tower, which we don't want. Okay, here's our little vellum piece that's going to go on there. So just get your glue around the perimeter, just like that. And just lay this down. Just make sure that you've got the entire cutout of the window covered up. Okay, so it should look like that. All right, let's flatten this out a little bit and fold this over. This is our little tab that we're going to put our glue on. So go ahead and do that. Get your glue on that tab there. I'm going to spread that out to the edge. I'm going to lay this down flat and fold this piece over. Let it get its initial hold, and then fold it over so that the seam with the glue is right on the edge, and just push that down. Okay, there we go. Now, for the other half of our little tower here, go ahead and fold this all over. And these little tabs here. Okay, and we're going to take and glue these tabs to their neighbors here. So just get your glue right along there. And just glue that right next to its neighbor, right onto its neighbor, I should say. And just squeeze, hold that in place for a few seconds until it dries, and then just work your way onto the next one here. Just make sure that you're following that angle correctly. There we go. All right, on to the next tab. There we go. And moving right along here. There we go. Almost there. A couple more. Okay, let's finish this off. There we go. And I'm actually going to put glue on this one here as well. Tuck that under. Get this guy right in place. And last but not least, this little area here. There we go. Okay, so we've got that piece in place, and what we're going to do is we're going to pop this inside here. We're going to glue this to the inside of this section here. I'm going to start with just one side here. So let's get our glue onto our first tab here. And just get this in there and anchor it. Kind of set the tone for the rest of it. And just push. Get that glue to bond between the two pieces. Okay. Now this is big enough to where you can probably work from the inside, so we don't have to try to do all the pieces at the same time. What I would do is, this is the side that we just glued. I would work my way over to the opposite side now and glue down that piece. So it would be the window piece at this point. That's the opposite of where I was just at. Okay. And get that piece in place. There we go. All right, so this thing's pretty well anchored at this point, and I really am indifferent about which tab you're going to do next, so just pick one and get that glued to the inside here. Just make sure you have it at the right height, and just hold that in place until it sets. Okay, and moving on to the next one here. Next tab, get that glued in place. All right, and that just leaves two more little tabs. You get the idea here. Get that glued in place. And our final little tower is almost done here. We've got this little piece here that we're going to glue to the inside of our structure to give us a platform to glue this piece down onto. And then we're pretty much ready to start assembling this thing. So that's exciting. The moment we've all been waiting for here. Okay, last piece. Get that glued down. And of course we have some little snow drifts that we're going to adhere to this tower as well, or this little, the top of our tower. Okay. All right, so that looks good. All right, now let's take a look at this piece here. What we're going to do is get this assembled and then plug it into the top of the central tower here. And that's, like I said, going to create a little platform so that we can glue that on so that it sits nicely. It doesn't really have a platform to sit on just yet, so we need to construct one. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take and glue each of these little triangular tabs to its neighbor. And this is going to be kind of at an angle. Okay, so you want to make sure that you're angling this correctly. It's kind of angling in. Okay, just kind of squeeze that into place and go on to the next one here. Let me clean off my glue bottle. All right. And just connect that to the neighboring piece here. Give that a few seconds to dry. Okay, let me move this out of the way. And onto the next little piece here. And just squeezing that into place as well. Give it a second to hold. And almost done here, guys. Almost done. Okay. We're going to do a little bit of work with some foam core just to kind of create a nice little base for this thing. And then it's just a matter of getting the hot glue gun out and joining all these pieces together. I think you could probably do it with regular glue if you want. I think the hot glue will probably just make quicker work of this. Okay. It's up to you, however you want to do it. All right, let's just finish up this little piece here. And you can see this is the little, it's going to go on top of our pink piece here, or the purple piece in the center tower. And it's going to create a nice little lip for that last little tower, the peak or the roof of the tower to sit on. Okay, so again, just make sure that you're getting this at the correct angle and just squeeze. There we go. All right, so there's our little platform. These tabs here are gonna angle straight down. And I'll show you how this goes together here in a second. Okay. So we're gonna grab this piece here, and this is just gonna go into this piece here. Okay, and these tabs are gonna go on the inside. So I think the best thing to do is probably just get your glue inside here. It's kind of tough laying down because it's squishing onto itself. Get your tabs inside here. I'll show you here in a second. Okay, so you see the tabs are going inside of this structure here, and we're just going to glue those in there. So I'm going to put just a little bit of glue on this. This doesn't need to be perfect. Okay, and I'm just going to glue this to the inside of this piece here. Let me just do this kind of off camera real quick, and then I'll show you. Okay, so you can see there's the little tab that I just glued to the inside. Okay, and then we're going to stick the rest of the tabs in there and just glue those in to create a nice little lip. Okay, so here, let's put this down. I'm going to go to the opposite side here and get my glue on this tab. Just make sure that all your tabs are inside here, otherwise it's going to be difficult to get them back in later. And then just glue that to the inside like that. And this is all going to be hidden, so don't worry about making it perfect. It doesn't need to be perfect. Okay, and then just kind of nudge this in. Let's get glue on the next tab here. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just need to make sure that it can get a good hold. And there we go. Just like that. And let's move over here to this tab. Just throw a little glue on there. It's this tab here. And then pop that in. Get it nice and lined up. And just hold that in place. Let it set. Okay, and we've got two more little tabs here that we just need to glue into place, and then we can move on to the next step. Just going to get a little bit of glue on that one there and get that in place. Just make sure it's nice and aligned here from the outside. Press that down. That's good. Last little tab here. And get that glued in place. All right. Yeah, it looks good. All right, now we have a little lip on top of our little castle here that this guy can sit on. Once we get that one all decorated with the little snowdrifts. Okay, so we have our little lip here on top for the top of our tower to sit on. And what you want to do next is get your large, super large snowdrifts out here. And I'm just going in and cleaning up a little piece that kind of didn't hold very well for me. And once we get our snowdrifts on here, we're going to glue that into place, and then we can start piecing all this together. There's a few little embellishments that we've added that I'll discuss as well. Just really simple things to really take this thing over the top. All right, so this piece here is the piece that's going to go on top of our little tower here. So let's go ahead and get that all folded at the score marks here. Okay. Just like we did when we built the other towers, we just saved the biggest one for last. Okay, just fold everything over. And then again, kind of test it out. Make sure that you get a good feel for how this is supposed to sit. It should hug this thing perfectly. And that looks great. You can kind of decide. I'm putting the seam in the back. This is the window. Okay, so we kind of want to make sure that the seam is in the back. It's not that great of a seam, so even if you don't put it in the back, I don't think it's going to be that noticeable. But if you really want to give this a nice polished look, that is my advice. So go ahead and get your glue on this little snowdrift portion here. Lots of little details. But it'll all be worth it in the end when you see how amazing this thing is. Okay, so again, make sure that you're keeping the seam towards the back and just kind of hug that onto this piece until it just sits nicely, and push down, making sure that you're getting all of this hugging this little surface here. Okay, that looks good. There we go. All right, and finally, we've got this little section here. Okay, and that's the little snow drift that's going to be hanging off of the roof. So you can go ahead and fold everything at the score marks here. Okay, and we do have a fourth little section here that is just going to kind of overlap. And that's for continuity, so everything looks nice and seamless. I'll show you what to do with that here in a second. Okay. All right, so again, with this, try to make it so that the seams are on the sides. This is two separate pieces, so you can't hide the seams completely, but if they're off to the side, I think that'll look nice. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna start by gluing the middle first, just to kind of anchor this piece. Get your glue on there. And this is my center piece here where the window is. And get that in place. Get that nice and aligned, nice and centered. Okay. And that was actually a little bit too high, so it's a good thing that I did that. And just hold that down and give it a good chance to dry before you move on. This will anchor it for us nicely. There we go. That's good. And we can flip this back and get our glue onto this surface here. And get that in place. It should fit perfectly. And I'm kind of bending this in the center here just to make sure that where this is creased is sitting along the edge, the bottom edge of this little tower piece. Okay, give that a second to set. And we're going to glue this little piece on here. And again, this is just kind of for continuity, because when we get that other side in place, it's going to overlap just a little bit so that it doesn't look like there's a gap. Okay, so hold that in place as well. And I'm not gluing this part down just yet because I'm going to get this piece in here that also has that little small, tiny little area that's going to go underneath this. Okay, so we're leaving this side open here. Let's get this other piece ready to go by folding everything at the score marks. Okay. All right, so flip it over to the complete opposite side, and we're going to glue down the center part again first. So I'm going to get my glue on the middle part, and it's going to be on the opposite side of the other middle part. So that's going to go right here. Just pop that right on there. Make sure you've got it nice and centered. And I'm kind of nudging this up with my thumbs up against the edge of the bottom of this little tower piece. I'm just going to hold that in place for a few seconds while it sets. Okay. All right, moving on. Now I'm going to work this way where this little small section is. I'm going to get this piece in place first. And again, we're just putting glue on the top half here because the little icicles are hanging off and we don't need to put glue on those. Okay, so that's in place. Got that lined up nicely. Just keep pushing that down until it sets. Okay, now I'm going to move this piece out of the way a little bit, and I'm just going to glue this little triangle down. see this surface here. Just like that. Okay, and now we can close this side up. So let's get our glue on this surface here. And we're just going to put that right on top of this piece here. And you can see here how we did that so that there's some continuity there. And we'll go ahead and get a little bit of glue. Forgot to put a little bit of glue on this actual piece here. So I'm just going to paint that under. And then you can join that right there. I must have not overlapped this perfectly, but it still looks pretty seamless because of that little piece that we put on there. Okay, so that just leaves this piece here. So let's get our glue onto this little area here and fold that over. I did a better job with that side there. And just hold that in place. And then put a little bit of glue on the back side of this piece here. And just glue that to this little dangling piece here. And this is glitter on glitter, so just gonna hold this for a few extra seconds to make sure that it really grips nicely for us. Okay, all right, so that's done. Now we've got this little piece here for the window. I'm actually going to put a little foam square on there to give that some dimension. Okay, so I've got one there. And let me see if I can fit a whole one on the side here. I don't think so. I've got some half squares here. And I'm gonna put right on there. Okay. And then just one at the bottom. Where the heck is the sticky? There it is. Okay. All right, let's peel the backings off of this. All right, and just get that right onto the surface there. There we go. All right, so our top little tower is pretty much complete here. And what we can go ahead and do is get this glued on, just like we did the other ones. Okay, and it's gonna sit right on top of that little lip that we just created. So what you wanna go ahead and do is get your glue on the lip, and we can go ahead and finally close this up. And then it's time to assemble this thing. Well, I mean, it's already assembled. We're just going to piece it together now. Our last step. Okay. All right, so I've got my glue on there. Just make sure you put the window facing forward and just pop it right on there. Make sure you've got it nice and centered. Okay, and just press and hold that down. Just making sure that you've got it nice and aligned, nice and centered. Whoops. There we go. And just try to apply even pressure all the way around. Make sure that it's nice and centered. Mine might not be. I'm trying to show this on camera, and it's a little difficult sometimes. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm just going to hold that in place until it sets, and then we're going to put together our little foam core piece so that we have a nice a nice little structure to glue all this onto, and we'll be ready to go. Okay, so before we assemble our base here, one little thing that I want to discuss and show you are the little flags. Okay, the small towers here, I have these pearls that I just put on a toothpick. For the small towers here, we have these little pearls that actually have holes in them, and I just kind of shoved a toothpick into the hole. You can put a little bit of glue on there to make it more permanent, and then I just fed that right through the top, and you can put a little hot glue or just some glue right on top to hold those in place. Okay, that's for the small towers. Now for the main center tower, we're going to have a nice pink flag, and then for the other two, we've got these little purple ones. It's up to you what color you want to do it with. But what we're going to do is we're going to wrap these around the toothpicks and glue them, and then top them off with a little pearl. I'm going to grab my dowel here because we're going to train this, and kind of just the center part really is what you want to train. Okay, just so that there's no obvious crease in this. And we're going to glue these back to back like this. Okay, and actually I don't think it really matters too much if there's a little crease there. Okay, so we're going to glue these back to back. I took just some white acrylic paint. I painted these toothpicks white. We're going to glue these in here, and we're also going to put a little pearl right on top. Okay, so the pearl is going to go on top of the toothpick, just like that. And then we're going to glue that right to the toothpick so that it looks like that. Okay, and then we're going to glue those into the tops of the towers. Okay, so that's pretty self-explanatory. I don't really think I need to show you that, but I will. Okay, so let's go ahead and close this little flag up. I'm going to put some glue in the center here for the actual toothpick portion so that the toothpick has something to hold on to. I'm going to put it right at the top there. Okay, get that nice and lined up, and just squeeze that together. Make sure that it's nice and centered. Okay, just hold that in place, let that set. And that should also adhere to the toothpick. Again, I painted the toothpick white with a small little brush and some acrylic white paint. Okay, and then probably just put a little bit of hot glue on the bottom part of this toothpick. Okay, and just kind of squeeze in there in the center. There we go, that looks nice. Okay, and I'll grab one of my towers here so you can see what the end result should look like. And just kind of shove it through there. And there we go. Okay, so there's our little flag there. And actually this one, this pink one, there's two of the same color. One that's a separate color here, and that's going to go on the top tower in the center. Okay, so just like that. Now I actually, that should be glued down, that center tower. I took mine off because I wasn't ready to keep it in place there, but yours is going to be already attached to your main structure there. Okay, so let's go ahead and put together these other flags here. And I'm just kind of running this across my dowel to kind of give it a little bit of a curve. I've got my white little toothpick here. I'm going to put my pearl on top. Again, I think that's holding on pretty well, but you're welcome to add a little bit of glue or hot glue to make that more permanent. Okay, and then just get some glue in the center there. There we go. That looks more like it. And just sandwich that together. And kind of squeeze here in the center, right up against that toothpick there. There we go. Okay. And this is going to go on the smaller towers. Again, I would put a little bit of hot glue right along the tip here, just so that when you insert it into the tower, okay, that it has a permanent hold there. There's enough tension in there and friction where it looks like it's going to hold by itself pretty much on its own, but I would just throw a little bit of glue on there to really make sure that that stays permanent. Okay, so one last time here, just kind of training this a little bit. Okay, grab our toothpick. Let me find my other pearl. Where did you go? My little pearl, there it is. And again, just shoving that right into the little hole on the pearl. Okay, and that looks right. Let's get our glue on our flag. And just get that right up to the top. Fold it over onto itself. Just make sure you get it nice and aligned. And then squeeze that right up there, right at the little toothpick. There we go. Okay. And there we go. So we have our little flags constructed. And we'll put this one on the last large tower. Again, the small ones here, they don't have flags, they just have little toothpicks with pearls on them. You can actually just glue the pearls right on top if you want. I think the addition of the toothpick will kind of stabilize it and keep it from coming off. Okay, so let's grab our other tower here and just pop that right in. There we go. Okay. All right, so that's pretty much it, minus some bling that we're probably going to add to this. We'll add some little rhinestones throughout the different sections here. So take a look at the photo, the final photo of this project, so that you can see where we've added those elements. And at this point, I'm going to move this off so we can work on our surface and the structure here. Okay, so this is all that's left. These little snowdrift pieces are going to get hot glued to the outside of our foam core. And this is going to get glued onto the top of our foam core. And what I'd probably suggest you do is glue this to an edge that is already cut so that you don't have to worry about trying to cut one full side. And this is a nice pre-cut, or this is a nice cut side already here at the edge. That's going to look nice and perfect. Okay, so we're going to take this whole thing and glue it down to our foam core. Okay, so we can go ahead and get our glue onto this whole thing here. And we got to work kind of quick because it's a big area. So I'm just going to get my glue in the middle here and then focus on getting my glue out to the edges here. And if you have some spray adhesive, that might work as well, just to make sure that this whole thing is nicely glued down. So I'm going to line up one of the edges here, probably the front edge, right along one of the sides here, and just using my thumb to kind of run that along the front to make sure that it's nice and aligned. Okay, and then we're going to take a X-Acto knife or a sharp knife, whatever you may have at your disposal, and just cut along these edges here to cut this piece out. Okay, now I guess you could do it without the foam core. I think that you should probably use the foam core. It's going to make it a lot more sturdy and easier to carry around, because otherwise it might be a little wobbly because of all the little pieces and such. So go ahead and grab your X-Acto knife and just cut along the perimeter here to cut this piece out. And then we're going to take and glue our little pieces there along the side to finish this off. And then we can get our castle glued into place here. Okay, so just with the X-Acto knife here, I was able to cut around the perimeter and got a nice straight cut all the way around. Now we've got a great little surface, nice strong surface for our castle, so we can get rid of that. And at this point, I think maybe it might be a better idea to put our castle down first and then put the little snowdrifts on afterwards so we don't risk crushing them as we're getting this thing assembled. Okay, so what we want to do, we're going to start with this main piece here. Now you'll notice that on the back here there's a couple little notches, and that is to help you with the centering of this piece. Okay, it's going to be flush with the back. Okay, so that's going to be nice and flush with the back there. Okay, and that's going to go on just like that. So, and you can see here how the step lines up nicely with that. So what we want to, oops, I'm going to put that back on in a little bit here. What we want to do is put our glue on the bottom of this. Okay, just get a nice amount of glue on here. We really want this to stick really well, so don't be afraid to kind of cake that glue on there. Get a nice amount of glue on the bottom of this entire thing. I really want this to hold nicely for us. Okay, get that glue out to the edges as well. Okay, and we're going to put this down using these little guides here on the back. Okay, and just get that nice and aligned using those little guides. Should be flush with the back. There we go. And you can kind of push in from the inside here a little bit and just give it a nice downward force. And let that set. It should be nice and centered here as well. Okay. Now my top, like I said, I took that off, but yours is going to be on. So just let that set for just a few minutes here. Okay, that looks good so far. All right, I'm going to be patient with this. All right, next, we're going to take our large towers. Okay, and you'll notice that we have the little holes here. Now, the idea is that the window should be facing forward. So in case you get these mixed up or whatever, just make sure that this lines up with this. Okay, so you see how that works? This should line up perfectly with this so that it leaves this little gap open. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to put glue on this section here, and we're going to adhere that to that little opening there. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's get our glue on this entire panel. Feel free to give it a nice amount of glue right up to that edge there. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and get that nice and aligned. And just make sure that it's sitting on the ground. Oh, actually, you know what? One more thing. I want to put glue on the back on the bottom of this as well. Almost forgot. So that it stays put on our surface as well. Okay, and then just push that up against the tower, and just like that. Just kind of squeeze there, and then hold that in place until it sets. And also one other thing too is keep your eye on that there. You want to make sure that that is nice and parallel with that piece there. You don't want it kind of angling out too much. You want it nice and straight, and that's just going to help align the rest of this thing. Okay, so that looks good. That's all in place. All right, now it's pretty seamless back there as well, which is nice. All right, we can grab the other tower for the other side. And we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to flip this around. Okay, and now this one is going to go on here like so. Just going to connect that. And again, making sure that you've got a nice even area here, and then it's not like this, because this piece here, you know, it moves. So you want to make sure that you have it nice and straight and that you have a nice even area here, okay? So let's go ahead and get our glue on this area here. And then also some on the bottom, so it stays put for us. And get that lined up there first before you put it down on your surface. And make sure that it is hitting the surface. Otherwise, it may look shorter on one side. Okay, and just hold that in place. Let that set. Hopefully you can see that. That looks good. And you've got your little openings for your little tea lights, which is perfect. Okay. So far, so good. Looks pretty good to me. There we go. Okay. And the next thing we're going to do is put our little walls together here. And the walls are going to connect. Okay, so we have one wall here. That wall, this back side here is going to be flush with this side here. Okay, so it's going to go on like that. And we want it hugging and just up against that area perfectly, as tightly as possible. Okay, so we're going to put glue on. Let me just double check and make sure I'm doing this right. Because then this guy here is going to go right there. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yep. So we'll go ahead and get glue on this long side as well as the bottom. Okay. And I'm going to work that glue out to the edges. And then throw a little bit on the bottom so that stays put for us. Okay. And again, just make sure that you get that nice and lined up with the edge there. And push that up against the wall there. Add a little bit of spillage there. That's okay. There we go. And just keep applying pressure there until it gets a nice, good hold. Okay. And don't let go until you're sure that that is nice and in place, which it is. Okay. And now this one here is going to go right up to that corner there. Okay, so you want to make sure that that's nice and aligned. So we'll get our glue on this long edge here. And we'll also put some on the bottom. Okay. All right. Again, just make sure that you've got that nice and aligned with the edge there. And then you can push down. You can actually stick your finger in through the little door to make sure that you're getting that at the right angle, or that you're applying the pressure there. It kind of helps make it dry a little bit quicker. Okay, take a look and make sure that you've got that set correctly. Kind of push down a little bit and then push from the inside there. I guess you don't really need hot glue for this because it's just paper on paper. And I'd rather take my time with this and make sure that everything connects nicely. Okay. All right, so our walls are in place. Okay, so onto the little tower here. Now what you want to do is you want to find the tower that has the door that is not going to be visible from this side. Okay, so it's going to get glued on like this, and that little door is going to be accessible from the inside. You want to make sure that your window is facing forward. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to put glue on the side of this wall. Okay, just like that, and then I'm going to put glue on the bottom of this tower and get that in place. Make sure that you have it up against the wall before you put it down. Okay, and just make sure that you have it nice and flush and that those angles are meeting up. And you want to kind of also make sure that, again, here you have a nice even area. You don't want it curving in too much. Should be pretty even. Okay, that looks good. And I'm going to repeat that same process on the other side here with the other small tower. That should be good. That should stay pretty nicely for us. Okay, and then again with this one here, we're going to connect it like so, just making sure that this is facing forward as far as the windows go. So let's get our glue on the actual wall. I went a little heavy on the glue there, so I'm just going to spread that thin. Okay, and let's get our glue on the bottom of the tower. And again, just make sure that your windows are facing forward and push it up against the wall first before you put it down, just like that. And then just continue to push it up against that wall. And again, making sure that you've got that this is evenly spaced here. The width all the way along this and the edge here is equal. And that's how you're going to know that you've got this aligned correctly. Okay. And just keep on pushing that up against that wall to make sure that it's all nice and joined. Last part to this, as far as the assembly goes, is putting the little gate in place. And as you can see, that is just going to go right here, and it's going to connect to the two sides of our small towers here. Okay, I'm going to just put the doors back like this to get them out of the way. Okay, and you just want to get that nice and centered in place here. Okay, so we're going to put glue on these sides here and on the bottom. Let me clean off my glue tip here. Okay, let's get our glue on the sides and on the bottom. Just a nice amount of glue. You can go kind of thick on this so that when you squish it down, it kind of spreads out a little bit. So I would focus on getting it, don't put it down yet, and just push it back and get it up against the two towers on the side, and then push down as well. And get that in place and just hold it until it's fully set. Okay. And give that some time to dry. You can take the doors and swing them in now. There we go. And just hold that. You can kind of squeeze the two towers in a little bit and then add downward pressure as well. And just hold those in place. Okay, so our gate is in place here, and all that's left to do now is put our little snow drifts around the perimeter of the foam core. We've got these two pieces here that I believe there are some score marks. This one doesn't have score marks. This one does. This smaller piece that has this little straight area here, that's going to go right on the front. Okay, and I'm going to put hot glue. This should all be pretty much in place now. I don't have to worry about it coming undone. So what I would suggest doing is just getting some hot glue right along the actual foam core, and then just gluing that little snowdrift thing right on there. Make sure that it's flush with the bottom and that you've got it at the correct angle there. Just push that down. Just kind of nudge that until it's in the right spot. I don't think regular glue will handle this very well, so that's why I'm using hot melt glue here. Okay. And then you can see what that looks like. It's really pretty. And then again, this one is going to go on the back, and then these two here are going to go on either side. This one has a little tab here, and there's got another little crease there. This one's got a tab there. So this one is going to connect here like so, and that's just going to go all the way around. So you get the idea with that. Just get that glued into place, make sure it's nice and lined up all the way around, and your project is pretty much done here, guys.